Clock will bring this meeting to order. Closed meeting. Be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Supervisors of Montgomery County, Virginia, hereby enters into a closed meeting for the purpose of discussing the following. Section 2.2-3711, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific officers, appointees, or employees of any public body. 1, social service board. 2, personnel. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Mr. Fitchikowski?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Into closed session.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Mr. King? Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd? Aye. Mr. Fidzikowski? Aye. Chair Blevins?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Certification of closed meeting. Whereas the Board of Supervisors of Montgomery County has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to the affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the Board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with the Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Montgomery County, Virginia hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification resolution applies, and 2, only public business matters as were identified in the motion conveying the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. Fidzikowski?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Very good. At this time, I'd ask our County Administrator, Mr. Meadows, if you would lead us in invocation and a pledge of allegiance. Moment of silence.
Absolutely. If we could rise for a moment of silence, and then I'll lead us in the pledge. Let us pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
All right, up next, presentation, recognitions, and awards. And I do see Mr. Clark coming forward with the Virginia Department of Transportation.
Good evening. Much like last month, not a lot of out of the ordinary things as we finished up the fiscal year last year and are just now starting it. We're still, we came in good under, not just barely under budget. We spent most of the money we could. So we've been doing most of the same maintenance things that summertime brings, machining the gravel roads. A lot of complaints for dust control, although not this last few days. Some brush cutting and patching, and we've got the primaries mowed. That took a while to get the primary mowing contracts going, and we've got a good portion of the secondaries, over 50%. I know in the, well over 50, almost all of the southern half of the county, still working on part of the northern half of the county. In fact, I was on Merrimack Road today and saw some mowing going on. Have been doing some ditching, mostly in the Blacksburg area, and some patching. Up in the Preston Forest area, Mount Tabor, Craig Creek area. We have some, the asphalt overlay part of the schedule work is done. Still have some surface treatment and some slurry. Most of the surface treatment will be in the, there's some on yellow sulfur, part of the old projects. The project is done. They're not going to resurface that just yet. That's will probably be done next year. But some on the older sections of yellow sulfur, but plus some on Plum Creek, Chestnut Ridge, and on Dairy. The slurry seal is more in the Reiner proper, except for a bit on Preston Forest. We'll do some slurry seal there, and that's still yet to come. The bridge at Pilot, that work is going on, will go on. They had I think they have 120 days once they started the signal to finish that. But it is a temporary signal. If you haven't been out there, it's a pretty interesting weird T intersections. You got to do a signal there to build, put those box culverts in under traffic. And it just, it's inconvenient a bit because you do have people, waiting at the signal for a while, but it'll be really good once that's done. I think it won't be underwater as often as it has been in the past once we get those large culverts in. And still checking on that, where that drainage goes on Route 11 down into the school. That's a interesting problem right there. So still working on that. And really, that's about it. We finished up that Yellow Sulphur Road, the last bit of the project. That was an update last time. And so we're getting started on the next 6-year plan project, which I believe is Taylor Hollow, and that's going to be a dual project with doing the low water structure with the unpaved road part. Due to funding, we may even split it up even further, do the bridge, and then maybe get the curve before we can figure out how to do the rest of it, just because of the way funding is gone. So that's all I have as far as our updates go.
Thank you. We'll go around and see if supervisors have questions or comments. We'll start off with Supervisor Fidzikowski.
You mentioned brush cutting. Do you have a list of roads that might be affected by that?
We've done, it's all been, they did do 626 in Lafayette. They've done Childress, Paris Mountain, and Dry Valley. Those are the parts in the southern half of the county. Brush cutting that got done. I don't have a list for any that might have gotten done in the northern half of the county. They've been mostly ditching and mowing on the northern half.
I was kind of, I know that it was either last year or year before y'all came through Allegheny Springs, went all the way down. It did a great job cutting it back. But some of the secondary roads off of there are kind of hurting. I know Mount Pleasant is a lot of overhanging branches and getting whacked by delivery trucks that come through. But other than that, that's all I really was wanting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor King.
Don't have nothing, but I do appreciate y'all working on that pilot bridge right there. Hopefully it will cure the flooding problem. And thank you for getting on that sinking part on Meadow Creek.
I was going to say, yeah, we had to close Meadow Creek Road for a day or so.
But it was worth it.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you for doing that.
Supervisor DeMonts.
Hey there, good to see you again. I had a citizen let me know, the same citizen that let me know the first time. This is out of my district on Walton, right past the tracks. Daniel has tagged it again. So, and I only say Daniel has tagged it again because Daniel's name is now on the road.
He doesn't put his
So-
last name on there, I guess.
No, of course not.
Or his phone number.
Right.
So the road has been painted again right there as you're approaching that kind of dangerous area where you go over the tracks.
Yeah, and the curve, the
Yeah.
little bridge and then the tracks. Yep.
Thank you,
right.
sorry.
Supervisor Bone.
So my district has expanded, so I get 25% of Taylor Hollow Road now. The first part of it isn't both Supervisor Fidzikowski and me, it's just me. But then the 75% is both of us split by the road. So, obviously I'll be paying attention to the bridge work, the straightening of the bend and all that kind of stuff. I've noticed just today mowing on Harding Road and circling, potholes and stuff like that on Harding Road, but otherwise, thank you for everything.
One thing I would like to mention, this is also on the dividing line between you and I believe Mr. Fidzikowski, is at the intersection of Cedar Run and Janelle. We're going to look at that intersection. It's been a crazy intersection for forever. As you come down Cedar Run, you actually have the right-of-way as you turn left to go down into the valley. That's kind of an odd situation. Janelle Road traffic stops. It's mostly strange for people coming up from Ellett who, if they want to continue on Janelle, it looks like a straight movement. You're actually turning left and have to yield to the people coming down Cedar Run. So we are looking at changing that to what would probably be the most intuitive thing, which would be to put the stop sign on Cedar Run. So we may be still looking at that. We're going to, go through all the channels, look at a lot of things, turning radiuses. But if you have a lot of people stopping to turn left, which everyone knows how to do it. It's been that way for a long time, but you end up backing up traffic, and it could back it up and have stop traffic on the railroad tracks. So we're going to look to kind of avoid that. Stopping the traffic coming down. And it's tough coming down Cedar Run to make that stop because you are coming downhill, but you've got that situation in a lot of places, given the topography of the county. So we'll be looking at that and just trying to encourage the people who are on Janelle, either whether they're turning right or going up to Cedar Run, you wouldn't have to stop. You just keep on going. That way you don't get the congestion on the tracks. So just to let you know, we'll be looking at that.
That's really important. I know Chair Blevins and I were talking about that several months ago, but thank you. That's great.
Yeah. The danger is that people drive by habit. And so anytime you change a traffic pattern, it's going to be difficult for people. Somebody's going to come down Cedar Run and forget that they have to stop. And we're going to try to make that apparent with, we may even put flashing lights up for a while. They wouldn't stay. But when you're going through that transition part where you first start, we're going to try to make it really, really obvious that this is now a stop situation where it didn't used to be. That's the scary part.
Supervisor Shepherd.
I have a few things. First, I'll start off, thank you for the work they did on Long Shop Road down there along Stinson Pond. I know they were trying to just pull that bank back, but they got a lot of the brush too. And speaking of brush, if you can continue that on, that would be great.
I think we could do it every month of the year probably.
Yeah, Long Shop Road's bad. Keister Branch is really bad. That'd be wonderful.
Okay.
I had a call from one of the former Board of Supervisor member, Mr. Brown. He lives on Daisy Road, and he's concerned with a situation that's going on right in front of his house with that little stream. He says it's eroding away the bank back toward the road. And he just asked if I could get you to take a look at it. Is there anything you could do?
We will take a look at that for sure.
Okay. I think that's all. Oh, no, one more thing. I got a call from, and this has been a couple months ago, and I haven't seen you, Casey Graham. He ended up with his grandmother's house right there at the end of Tucker Road in McCoy.
Yes.
And he's told me he's going to put in a request to try to get that blocked off.
Yeah, we've heard some form of request for that, but that'd be quite a process. We would ask for board, input on that. We looked at it a couple of times, and that led to what we have now, which is a kind of weird situation where you can go in one way, but you can't come out the other. I understand people are probably try to cut that corner, and they keep going through there pretty fast.
They do, and I've seen them myself go the wrong way since they blocked it up. They put up do not enter on the other end from McCoy. And I think part of the problem with the amount of traffic is if you put in your GPS to go from Blacksburg to McCoy, it'll take you down Tucker Road.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, that's all I have.
All right. That's something we'll do a good study on that. Get a lot of opinions.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Vice Chair Biggs.
I'm still concerned about the roundabout on Prices Fork Road, even though it's in Darrell's district. My concern is that the signs still haven't been moved out, and it's such a tight fit, and I'm afraid that when that development, both developments get going and we have more traffic coming in and out, I'm really worried that there's going to be an accident there. So I don't know what could really be done about it. I just think the way it was constructed, it's very tight there. And
it's not symmetrical either. So
yeah, and I also worried about emergency vehicles going through there. So I don't know what can be done, but definitely I think the signs need to come out a little bit more because you're almost on top of it when you see that you're supposed to slow down. And we all know folks sometimes don't slow down in time. So I'm still concerned about that. And that's it. And thank you for everything, though, that you're doing and getting everything cleaned up and patched up. Good job.
And Mr. Clark, good to see you again. You've been a busy man today.
Yeah.
I just wanted, and you didn't mention speed study.
It's happening. It's gonna. They had. I think the last approval letter has been in, so we'll see when they give us the go ahead. They have to stamp it with the professional engineer stamp, which is the engineer in Salem is one that I've been working with, and he'll be the one that'll be. So it's not like it's anything. He needs to do another review. He did the study, so I'll find out what the schedule is for that.
Very good. And I don't have anything other than the comments, the roundabout. Vice Chair Biggs and I talked about that roundabout and concerns of emergency vehicles. And then back on the conversation with Cedar, also consider the bicyclists that will be coming and using that route all the time too, because that becomes very dangerous, the line of sight in them, especially we put up a stop sign, making sure that they're aware of that, because that is a really dangerous situation there. And then we haven't, because of COVID, but what about our tours?
We can still do that, yeah, absolutely. Anytime
that's
you guys
something
want
To line up a time.
yeah, we can go
board to-
look at, yeah. Because we'll be doing, we've got a couple roads on the plan that will take up a good part of the money, but, in the next few years, but, you may be ready to add another road, next fiscal year.
Okay, I think we should try to do that before the bad weather sets in and,
Yeah. And it doesn't have to just be for 6-year plan stuff. We look at maintenance
right.
issues, anything y'all want to look at.
Okay, all right, very good. Any other follow-up? Mr. Clark, as always, thank
All
you.
right, thank you all.
for being here, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up under presentation, we have the Virginia Fire Service Board, Montgomery County Fire and Emergency Medical Service Study.
Madam Chair, I'm going to recognize Abby Johnston. Abby is from Bedford County, but she also serves as an official with the Virginia Fire Services Board. Abby and the group is here tonight to share the presentation with you for the results of the study that's been done. Tonight is their opportunity to present the report and the board's opportunity to receive it. Any of the details regarding recommendations and whatnot, we'll have ample opportunities at future meetings to go over that. Tonight's just to receive the report. So Abby, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Meadows, Madam Chair, members of the board. We're excited to be here. So as he said, I'm Abby Johnston, and I'm going to give you a little bit of background on who the Virginia Fire Services Board is, what we do, and then my partners are going to come up and help co-present the results of the study. So the Virginia Fire Services Board is a policy board established by the executive branch of the state government. The board consists of 15 members that are appointed by the governor, and that includes a representative of the insurance industry, 2 members of the general public with no connection to the fire service, 1 member each from the Virginia Fire Chiefs Association, the Virginia State Firefighters Association, the Virginia Professional Firefighters, the Virginia Fire Service Council, the Virginia Prevention Association, the Virginia chapter of the International Association of Arson Investigators, the Virginia Municipal League, and the Virginia Association of Counties, a local fire marshal, and a certified Virginia Fire Service instructor. Members of our board are appointed by the governor for a term of 4 years. The board annually elects its chairman and vice chairman from among its membership and adopts rules of procedure. One of the many functions of our board is to conduct fire and EMS studies in an effort to provide technical assistance and advice to local fire and EMS departments and their local governments. The Virginia Fire Services Board partners with the Virginia Department of Fire Programs, the Office of EMS, the Virginia Department of Forestry to conduct fire and EMS studies. Study requests are approved by the Virginia Fire Services Board and conducted at no charge to the requesting jurisdiction. The purpose of a fire and EMS study is to provide an objective view of the fire and EMS services in a local jurisdiction and to provide feedback on areas that are successful and areas that could use some improvement. The fire and EMS study provides broad recommendations for the local jurisdiction to review and customized to the benefits of your citizens, fire and EMS organizations, and your local jurisdiction as a whole. I want to tell you a little bit about myself, and then I'm going to ask my partners to come up and tell you a little bit about who they are and hopefully establish some credibility for why you should listen to anything we have to say to you tonight. So my name is Abby Johnston, and this year I am the Vice Chair of the Virginia Fire Services Board. I started down my fire and EMS path following the attacks on September 11th, 2001. I joined my local volunteer fire department and rescue squad looking for a greater purpose and quickly realized this is something that I wanted to make my career. I spent 15 years with the Lynchburg Fire Department, progressing in the organization, becoming a paramedic, and holding the ranks of master firefighter and captain. In 2019, I accepted the Deputy Chief of Operations position with Bedford County Fire and Rescue in my home county, where I started out as a volunteer all those years prior. I currently oversee field operations, wildland, hazardous materials, and special operations, as well as our training division. One of my core responsibilities is to work with the chiefs in the volunteer fire companies and captains of the volunteer rescue squads to ensure there's good communication, adequate training, and adherence to system-wide policies and protocols. I represent the Virginia State Firefighters Association on the Fire Services Board. I proudly served 2 four-year terms as a presidential appointee to the Public Safety Officer Medal of Valor Review Board and serve as the Legislative Committee Associate on the Virginia State Fire Chiefs Association. I have a Bachelor of Science in Public Administration and a Master of Arts in Executive Leadership from Liberty University. I'm also a graduate of the Executive Fire Officer Program and the Fire Service Executive Development Institute. We are very excited to be with you this evening. If you'll come on up, Michael.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Paris. I was born and raised in Southwest Virginia. Grew up in Smith County, attended Chilhowie High School. The fire service has been part of my life, all of my life. I'm fortunate enough that I was born into it. My father was a charter member of ADDENDUM Fire Department, along with him and several others. Started the fire department and they were chartered January 6th of 1980. I was born February of 1979, so I had no choice but to go into the fire service. I attended Virginia Tech and studied agriculture and life sciences, animal and poultry science, and then I went on into a career in the fire service. I have worked at the city of Mount Airy, North Carolina, and career for Carroll County Fire and Rescue before receiving this position as the Division 4 Chief for Virginia Department of Fire Programs May the 25th of 2016, where I oversee the training for the 16 counties, 186 fire departments in Southwest Virginia. Montgomery County is right on the border of mine. I started in Pulaski, but I've got the city of Radford and Radford Arsenal as well. So I start from here and go down. So thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Jimmy Poindexter. I recently retired from Salem Fire and EMS, henceforth what they call in the fire service the retirement beard. No one recognizes me till I open my mouth because I've never had one. I've always had to have a shaved face. I'm kind of like Michael. I was born into this. My grandfather went to work for Roanoke City Fire Department in 1936. My dad in 1972, one uncle in 64, and another uncle in 73. 3 of the 4 retired. One went to the post office because he didn't like fighting fires. However, I am the first volunteer and I am the first paramedic of the bunch. I started at age 15 in EMT class, joined Mount Pleasant First Aid Crew in Roanoke County, not to get confused with y'all's little Mount Pleasant area. Went from there, went to College Health Sciences, went to Roanoke County Sheriff's Office as a paramedic in the jail, worked there a couple of years, went to Salem Fire Department. In the fire department, I went from firefighter EMT to help establish the ALS program. I was one of the first established paramedics in that group. I was one of the first 3 EMS supervisors. I was a supervisor for 10 years. Then I went on and was a battalion chief for 7. Graduated from College Health Sciences then, it's called RUC now, Radford and Carilion, with an associate's degree in emergency health sciences paramedic. Went on in 2016 to Columbia Southern University, got an associate's in fire science and a bachelor's in fire administration. My son is now, and we have discussed this in some of our meetings as a recommendation, I don't think it's in the report, of a high school program. He is in the Roanoke County High School EMT program at Arnold R. Burton. He just passed his National Registry EMT test last month. He'll be a senior in high school coming up. He's been with Vinton First Aid Crew for about a year now. So it's in the family. 4 generations since 1936. That's pretty good for the Roanoke Valley. With that being said, I am going to start with the review for the fire and EMS study methodology and process of kind of how we went through the study. The methodology used for the fire EMS study consists of 4 phases.
and I'll tell you about each one briefly as I get to it and give you a brief summary. First phase is initiate the project. To accomplish this phase, the study group traveled to Montgomery County to meet face to face with all parties involved with fire and EMS responsibilities within the county. This was done so a complete comprehensive understanding of your current system and a thorough understanding of what the future needs for the growth of your fire EMS system may be. Many thanks to the Fire and EMS office and staff for arranging all the logistical needs for our stay. The meetings were arranged so we could receive all the information and reports needed in a timely manner. During the 2-day visit, the study group met with county officials, each fire and EMS organization, including Virginia Tech Rescue, the Communications Center, and the public. The second phase is to obtain stakeholder input. As mentioned before, the study group met with each organization looking for their input on the same information. And the information that we were looking for is as follows. Identify expected service levels, identify opinions of department officials concerning the operations and performance of the department, identify issues and concerns of officials regarding fire and EMS services, identify perceived gaps in existing service levels and new priorities in that mission, and also identify strengths and weaknesses as perceived by department personnel. While meeting with each organization, the study group was able to tour each of your facilities and see all of your equipment. This portion of the study gave the group an opportunity to obtain information needed for the study from the individual organizations. Each visit was kept on a schedule and was very informative. Third phase was prepare the analysis and develop core strategies. This is where all of the information and data gathered by the study group is compiled, and any other information that is needed that was not obtained is asked for at this time. Once this has been completed, steps are taken to identify changes in policies, facilities, apparatus, and equipment that may be needed for the desired levels of fire and EMS for the county in the future. This also includes any current trends in fire and EMS service delivery. Fourth phase is prepare and present final report. Hence, we are here tonight. Also, if you haven't already, you will be receiving a copy of the report. I believe you'll have a work session or two to go over it. So, again, thank you for allowing us to be here.
We're going to take a few moments to go through each of the 5 themes that's outlined in the study report and give you a summary of the recommendations from each of those themes. I'm going to start with theme 1, which pertains to organizational and operational development. Some of these recommendations are new, while others are simply working to improve upon efforts that are already underway in your county. Formally establishing and recognizing Montgomery County Fire and EMS and including all agencies under one central umbrella and appointing a career system chief or director with the authority to carry out those actions to oversee and coordinate the system would be arguably one of the most important recommendations we have to offer. This would work to create greater operational consistency and would allow for centralized equipment acquisition and training to support efforts that are already in place by individual agencies. One of the first steps should include formal adoption and recognition of all agencies via a county government ordinance. In no way is centralized authority an attempt to reduce or alter the rich histories and cultures of the agency in this county. Rather, it's an important step toward preserving agencies through creating strong guardrails around the system while lessening the administrative burdens of operating as an independent organization. Strategic planning is another important recommendation that will allow you to improve operational performance through the use of accurate data and data trends over time while establishing measurable goals. This strategic plan should identify a unified mission and vision statement for your system. This is the roadmap for your system and should be developed in an inclusive manner, relying on insight from numerous stakeholders. Standard operating guidelines for first responders across the system are important to achieving unified and consistent approach to emergency operations. We recommend that a committee be formed to look at what SOGs currently exist and give consideration to those that should be added, specifically in the areas of safety, incident command, personnel accountability, communications, and response considerations. Finally, for this theme, EMS agencies should be centralized under the formalized umbrella agency and operate under one operational medical director. Good. And Michael's going to go over themes 2 and 3 with you.
So under theme 2, we're going to talk about communications. I'm going to step away from that because I'm loud naturally. Levels of interdepartmental communication. The county should host a strategic communication session with professional mediator to resolve existing challenges or barriers amongst the following entities: the Fire and EMS departments, Fire Rescue Commission, along with the Montgomery County Administration and its Board of Supervisors. Somebody to pull it all together and get everybody to the table at once and control the meeting with a set agenda and a set form of goals. And that way you can stay with a topic at hand or a task. It's a daunting task to attack the whole system and figure out what you're doing, but just take it in smaller pieces and have somebody help you stick to the task at hand. Standardizing records management system. It is recommended that all fire and EMS agencies, in conjunction with Montgomery County 911 communication systems, become unified under a single records management system. This will assist with data collection and data-driven information for the county's fire and EMS system. It was noted that during the transition or the study, we saw that there was a gap in some of the times from dispatch, receive the call, till they were actually dispatched as to the fire department or to the EMS agency, and help get some of those gaps down so you can get a better understanding of what your real call times are. You actually have departments in Montgomery County who is tracking their own times from the time they was actually dispatched till when they got on scene and so forth through clearing, instead of going through the PSAP terminal, because it may be a lag in how long it took to get the call dispatched. So under theme 3 is the training piece. I am passionate about training, so that's the reason I asked for this. Coordinating training programs in collaboration with the Board of Supervisors and the County Administration should work to improve the current training program to address the comprehensive training needs of the entire county. It is where you decide, and along with the fire chiefs and the rescue squad chiefs, what is the minimum level of training that you need to operate, or that you all come to expect when the call goes off. Consideration should be given to an established chief of training position to coordinate not only the regional training courses to be held both fire and EMS, but to also oversee the training grounds out off of Merrimack. That's a paramount position in this. As you grow, it gives you the ability to teach these classes in-house at a pace that you all deem necessary, instead of having to wait on funding for somewhere else to come along, or somebody to come to your jurisdiction and teach them as well. It's also recommended that providing a training subscription service to allow that your training records be tracked virtually, and that access that your county personnel could have to see where the department stands with their levels of training and the members as they come in. As members come in, do they have a time frame to be trained, or is there departmental trainings or county policies or SOGs that are set forth that you could put on a online format, and they could be tracked of how many people attended it, or make sure everyone attended it. Consideration should be given to establish a fire and EMS training program within the county school system. Just like Chief Poindexter stated, you might want to explore looking into the CTE programs through the school system to see if you can get fire and EMT into the school system. It helps be a feeder program along the way, not only for your volunteers, but your career. And you should be Consideration should be given to collaborate with the local universities to establish successful volunteer fire station live-in programs. Live-in programs are done at universities around the United States, both fire and EMS. There's many different models of that you could look at, but it also gives you the ability to take students who come in either already trained or looking at going into the field and letting them live in firehouses at whatever that cost may be, but it gets you people there to run calls and to understand. My daughter actually happens to be on Blacksburg Fire Department, so I understand that it could be a benefit to you all, especially with Virginia Tech University as close as it is, to be able to capitalize on those students that's coming forth. You could bring them into a well-established training program, train them the first so many weeks that they're in school, and then you're going to get the benefit out of them for at least 4 years. And that's all I've got.
My theme is the fun one, budget and administration. Financial accountability. There should be a required annual or biannual financial audit or agreed upon procedure to be completed and submitted to the Financial Management Services Division or the county administrator from each of the fire and EMS organizations. And that is so that you can there's accountability for monies that are flowing back and forth, going out, wherever. It's not really to dig into anything, it's just to kind of keep everybody safe from any liability. Capital improvement plan, you may already be doing this. Develop a capital improvement plan to address facility upgrades, as well as current and future construction needs. Establish a replacement schedule for your equipment and apparatus, established on a scale or rotational basis. One of the big benefits that I saw going through this that may help everybody, I'm sure it wouldn't be. There will be some pushback, but standardization and central purchasing. The county should develop a centralized purchasing option to establish facility and equipment standardization and reduce operational expenses. What we found was you have organizations everybody's buying equipment, especially say like EMS equipment or rope or hose or whatever. Some of that, even cleaning supplies. Well, they may be going out to Walmart to get something or ordering it online. Well, if you had a central warehouse that they could come and get that from, because bulk buying, of course, saves money. So if you had a central location like that, they could come get their things, you could keep track of it, and it would be less money that the organizations would have to be using out of their fundraising efforts. So that is theme 4. Wasn't a lot in it. So I think Abby has theme 5 and sum it up. Thank you.
All right, we're almost there, folks. So the last theme pertains to delivery of services, which is really, when you get down to the crux of it, what your community cares about. The study group identified that Montgomery County has several volunteer retention incentives in place that are to be commended. To improve upon retention efforts while working toward robust recruitment efforts, we recommend establishing a county-wide recruitment and retention program. Several recommended focus areas include improvement in fire and EMS programs made available to high school students, as well as greater incentives for college students wishing to volunteer in their respective communities. Another specific focus area involves increasing virtual presence through the media, online, and social media outlets for county agencies, highlighting what makes those agencies unique and outlining various ways for people to get involved. The addition of career staff positions is highly recommended to assist in bridging the personnel gap that currently exists, particularly during daytime hours. Establishing minimum staffing standards consistent with NFPA 1720 for the system is highly recommended. A centralized training division, as you've heard, would also be helpful in creating consistency between agency practices and lessening the training burden on each respective department. Goals, operational benchmarks, and service metrics should be included in the aforementioned strategic planning document to facilitate ongoing assessment of system performance. In closing, it was an honor for each of us to be asked to conduct this study in your county. While you are experiencing some of the same growing pains and adaptive challenges that every system endures at some point, rest assured you have a host of invested and dedicated firefighters and EMTs in your county who care deeply about providing service to its citizens. It was a pleasure to meet and interact with the leadership from each of your fire and EMS agencies. Their sense of pride and longing to serve is evident. This concludes our summary of your study. We welcome any comments and remain available in the future should any questions arise that we can help with. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the supervisors have any comments or questions on the presentation? We can go around the room. Supervisor King? Any questions for now? Anyone?
I just have one question. They talked about getting a mediator. Do they have a list of people that specifically do that they could share with us? Sure. That was my only question.
We don't have a specific list, but that would be an easy thing for us to
Okay.
facilitate. If you find yourself in that place, reach out and we'll absolutely help
Okay,
you with that.
thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor DeMotts?
I have just a quick question. You might stay up here. For fire and EMS in the schools, is there already a curriculum for that? Is that something that exists?
Yes.
Okay. I figured that would be the answer, but wanted to make sure we weren't also trying to invent from the very beginning.
The DOE, Department of Education, already has it broke out under the CTE course, and it is laid out in the state of Virginia, which classes they need to take in the order that they need to take and how they can do it in a school class session, so that it is either broke in the 1 semester or the 2 semester for Fire 1 hazmat and then Fire 2.
Thank you.
Along with the EMT program.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here.
Anyone else? Abby, Michael, Jimmy, thank you for the presentation. Thank you so much.
Good job. Good.
All right, next, public hearings, relocation of the voter register office and polling place.
Madam Chair, this is a requirement as we consider the study or the relocation of the Montgomery County General Registrar's Office and Central Absentee Precinct. We are working with a property owner to look at relocating that operation to 1546 North Franklin Street in Christiansburg, and this is a public hearing to allow anyone to speak on that matter this evening.
If anyone would like to come forward to address this issue on the relocation of registrar's office, you have 4 minutes to address the board. If you will state your name and address. Seeing no one come forward, we will close the public comment for the public hearing. Okay. Public address. Let me read the guidelines for public address. Public address is the time set aside by the board for the citizens to address the board of concerns. Each person will go through a sign-up sheet. We'll go through the names on the sign-up sheet. Each person will have 4 minutes, whether speaking as an individual or a representative. All comments must be directed to the chair and to the board from the lectern. Please, speakers may leave any written comments or statements to the supervisors with the board clerk. Speakers will be judged out of order should they speak, if the speaker should engage in any personal attacks, use profanity, or abusive language, or debate with the audience and not address the supervisors. Accepted etiquette is not to applaud or make loud responses. I have a list of sign up. I will go through the list first. Then if your name's not on the sign up sheet, you still can come forward. You will say your name and your address, and you have 4 minutes. When we start, there will be a warning, assuming it works correctly, That will be yellow, and we will give you the warning when you have 1 minute left. The first name is Michael Sanborn.
Good evening. I'm Michael Sanborn, and I live in Elliston at 1330 Crozier Court, and I'm one who believes in the public school system that has served our people well for so long. And I come before you this evening to speak to the discussion of school vouchers. Nothing I have to say is new. Introducing the concept of school vouchers in whatever form and fashion that may take would, in my opinion, only serve to dilute the purpose and function of public schools. Public schools work because they are designed for all the public, crossing the spectrum of humankind in our county. Our public schools do not focus on one belief system over another. Rather, the focus is to reach out to better enable all of our children. I believe that when there is an attempt or endeavor to include private schools via a school voucher program, the public meaning of public schools becomes diluted and loses the power of economy meant in the establishment of public schools in the first place by pulling available funding away from the public school. In addition to drawing students away from the public school in the supposed effort to get a better education. I believe it can be recognized that the students of low-income families are not, in any significant number, part of the flight of students to private schools, even in the event of vouchers becoming available. This is because these vouchers really are a boon to the higher income families by giving them a payback as a tax break, while essentially increasing the tax impact on low-income families. Our taxes pay for public schools. Nevertheless, there still remain inequities in the system of taxation that maintain have and have-not schools. When monies are pulled from public school funding to go to vouchers, it ought to be readily noted that, once again, it is the less well-funded school that takes the biggest financial hit. Again, it's my opinion that school vouchers are not the answer. The answer is to keep working to make our public schools all the better so that the students turn out to be the winners. Thank you for allowing me this time to share my thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Next up, and I apologize if I mispronounce this, it looks like a Karis Tamus?
Bad handwriting, my fault. Chris Thomas.
Chris Thomas. Oh, I'm way off. My apologies.
It's not hard to pronounce. It's just badly written. I do apologize.
Mr. Thomas, hello. If you'll give us your address, and you'll have 4 minutes to begin.
Sure. My name is Chris Thomas. I live in Christiansburg. Members of the Montgomery County Board of Supervisors, look at this room. What are you doing? These meetings are supposed to be boring. They're supposed to be plodding conversations amongst dedicated public servants on the finer points of road construction, zoning, and municipal public sewers. I mean no offense here. Please, by all means, make local politics boring again. But in the last few months, these meetings have been anything but. They've been brigaded by a small cadre of radicalized right-wing wackadoodles, and who've feigned outrage about books in the high school library. They've pretended to be worried about what we're being taught in our history classrooms and straight up lied to you about transvestites teaching sex education. Now, you may have noticed you've been hearing from the same handful of amateur crisis actors week after week, and the vast majority of Montgomery County residents aren't up here telling you about their experiences, that their children had school years that went, pretty much according to plan, in which they learned pretty much what they were expected to learn and did pretty much how they were expected to do on tests, had pretty much the relationship with their administrators and faculty and staff that we expect them to have. That's your true silent majority. The taxpayers and parents in Montgomery County who have better things to do on a Monday night than get up in front of you and tell you that despite a pandemic, tight budgets, a mass exodus from the education profession, their kids had a great school year, like mine, and are looking forward to going back in the fall. Now, the long game of these faux pearl clutchers, and regrettably some members of this board, is the defunding of our public schools in favor of private vouchers. And they're hoping that you're going to react to these coordinated, manufactured outrages by pulling some money out of the MCPS budget and writing checks to parents who'd rather send their kids to private schools. Speakers are going to call this school choice, as if these programs are going to actually make private education more accessible to the residents of Montgomery County. In the spirit of that, let me provide a little education of my own, since we're on the topic. In economics, what I just described is called a price support. And if the Montgomery County Board of Supervisors gave residents a $500 a month stipend to put toward rent, we would expect rents to go up by about $500 a month, wouldn't we? Because that's how free markets work, basic supply and demand, right? Unless you assume this doesn't apply to education, I'll remind you that the availability of federal student money, availability of those loan programs is driving the cost of college up to stratospheric heights. So this happens. What makes you think that price supports for private and primary and secondary education will be any different? Our county already hosts several private schools, the Blacksburg New School, 2 Montessori elementary programs, the Children's Garden, and I promise you that the parents with kids in those programs will happily take your checks, and those programs will increase their rates. And the result will be no meaningful change in private school enrollment, but hundreds of thousands of dollars going into the pockets of our wealthiest residents. All of that at the expense of MCPS's very successful public schools, a system which turns out high graduation rates, high college acceptance rates, job placements, test scores, and student engagement. This board has the power, and might even have the votes, to burn all of that down in the name of parental rights. But look around us. Our county is an island of prosperity in a steadily withering region abandoned by coal, manufacturing, and heavy industry. The growth we enjoy is due almost entirely to the benefits of our public education. Our schools are the crown jewel of our community, and it is long since time that this board recognized that. Our schools deserve more funding and not less, and these meetings should be boring. In 20 years' time, if you do your jobs and properly fund education in this county, there's an excellent chance that no one will remember your names or that you served on this board. And that's as it should be. Should you do the opposite, there's an excellent chance that the citizens of this county will remember them, though maybe not for the reasons you hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Chris Waltz.
I'm here, Chris Waltz, 1370 Reed Street, Christiansburg. I'm here the last meeting when the chairwoman Cass was here talking about the firing of Mir. And you all still have no answers. And I noticed it's on the agenda tonight for old business, removed from the table the supplemental appropriation. That should happen until you get answers. It's pretty pathetic when the chairwoman of the school board says that she isn't sure about exactly how the payments to Mir work. That's her job. She's the chairman. I mean, that would be like me asking Sherry, how does Craig get paid? And her going, I don't know. And also, later, she admits that there was cause to fire him, but it would involve a long and expensive investigation. More than $180,000? That's something pretty major. And if there's something that needs to be investigated, it should be. You know, that's what we have people in government for, is to make sure that happens. And it's just amazing that even now, well, we're not going to tell you. Well, if there was a need for an investigation, you all should know, because you all control the purse. You all fund them. You give them money. And if they're not willing to answer you or the citizens, they shouldn't get the money. Thank you.
Next up, I have Joanne Price.
Joanne Price, Blacksburg. and I'm here to deliver an appeal from Dr. Sherry B. Ballou, Homeschool Solutions. And she wrote this for us. She says, I'm making an appeal on behalf of Christian families who have an unwavering resolve to educate their child in an environment which recognizes and celebrates the God of the Bible, and thus families who opt for an alternative to public education, but who do not have the finances to support the decision. Sherry Ballou is an experienced licensed educator in the state of Virginia, and she's the owner and founder of Homeschool Solutions, a tutoring service providing supervision during the school day for homeschooling families. We serve families who have chosen this alternative to public schools. But sadly, however, there are many more families unable to make that same choice, but desire earnestly for an alternative of which they could afford. These tax-paying families have a fundamental right to send their child to a school of choice, and specifically, she advocates for Christian families to have that same option. Christian tax-paying families recognize the flaws and hostility against their children's beliefs in public education, yet these convictions compelling them to educate their children in a God-fearing environment is greatly hindered due to lack of funds, and thus options for school choice are removed. Consequently, the tax-paying Christian family caught in the dilemma of desiring to have school choice where the God of the Bible is recognized, yet forced to send their child to a school system where the God of the Bible has been removed. With this removal, another practice of religion was instituted, the belief or religion in evolution and natural processes. This man-made belief is in direct opposition to what we believe and can be defined as idolatry against God. For this reason, tax-paying Christian families will continue to advocate for alternatives, understanding that they too have a right to receive the same funds to educate their children according to their own convictions. James Madison, our fourth president and father of our Constitution, declared the following: the ultimate authority resides in the people, and if the federal government got too powerful and overstepped its authority, then the people would develop plans of resistance. Thus, we, the Christian people of America and Christian families desiring to educate our children with a biblical worldview, resist the hypocrisy and discrimination that has ensued. Furthermore, may we be reminded by the words of John Adams, our second U.S. president and founding father, the Bible contains the most profound philosophy, the most perfect morality, and the most refined policy that ever was conceived upon earth. And Patrick Henry boldly proclaimed, it is when people forget about God that tyrants forge their chains. I'm asking you to free the chains around the family stuck in the dilemma of wanting to do the right in the sight of God and desiring to embrace the command given in the book of Deuteronomy to teach commandments to our children, talking about them when you sit at home and when you walk along the road, when you lie down and when you get up. That's Deuteronomy 11:9. I was raised with that. Understanding them, then we must have the right to choose where we send our kids. By not being granted the same funds that our public school peers receive, the right to choose has been abandoned. So I'm asking you on behalf of the many families. Yes. Who are not able to enroll their children.
Time's up.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, I have order, please. Order, please. Next. Proper etiquette would be not to applaud or make loud noises. We have a long list so we can get through. Thank you for your cooperation. The next person on our list, Glenn Chilcote. Evening, sir.
Chair Blevins and members of the board, my name is Glenn Chilcote and I live in Blacksburg. I'm here this evening to speak in support of our fantastic public schools. Public ed is the bedrock of our democracy. We teach everyone. We work hard and we never give up. It's frustrating when speakers publicly bash our fantastic schools to you all and get around the rules of public address. Our schools are top-notch. The issues a few individuals have with our schools are not school issues. They're societal. Our schools are not persuading students to think or act in any specific way. I think you have that confused with Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. And I also need to add that those individuals who think the problem is a godless school system have just insulted the thousands of religious employees who care deeply about the students in Montgomery County. I'm also getting really frustrated with those that take the easy way out by saying we need to defund schools and start from scratch. That's lazy and ridiculous. Taking money away from our schools in the form of vouchers or something else will change nothing. The concerns these parents are expressing will follow their children. Think of it in this way. When people are frustrated, they say stupid things like defund the police. That's dumb. Just because there are some bad cops doesn't mean all cops are bad. The overwhelming majority are amazing and do amazing work every single day. It's the same with schools. Defunding our schools through vouchers due to a few extreme stories is ridiculous. And let's be real, vouchers are coupons for the rich who send their kids to $30,000 a year institutions. Let me tell you, your voucher will not come close to covering those costs. The idea of vouchers disguised under school choice will increase educational outcomes has already been debunked. Everyone has a choice. If you're not happy, you have a choice. But thinking that you can take your tax dollars somewhere else is a slap in the face to the hardworking men and women who teach in our public school system. This board has no authority over public school curriculums or policy. It is very frustrating and quite frankly sad that a majority of you on this board want to work towards legislation that will defund our successful schools where students receive a fantastic education, which includes the arts, athletics, rigorous academics, and not to mention our award-winning CTE programs that prepare students for the careers of today and tomorrow. We all need to realize that if we work together, things can get better. And they already are great. Parents, teachers, students, and administrators, when we work together, great things can happen. Wake up and realize your community school cares deeply about every student and truly wants them to succeed. So if you're not happy, get involved, volunteer, come see me teach. You all have an invitation. See the good work that's happening in our public schools. If you actually saw what we do every day, you'd be singing a different tune. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Lindsay Fox. Name, address, and you'll have 4 minutes.
Okay. I'm Lindsay Fox from Blacksburg, District A, and I'm the parent of a rising 9th grader and a rising 5th grader, and I have been a volunteer in Montgomery County Public Schools for going on 10 years. My husband and I are from Blacksburg, and we both attended Montgomery County Public Schools. I served as PTA president at Harding Avenue for 4 years, and I am now the district advocacy chair for the Parkway District for Virginia's PTA. I'm also a substitute for Montgomery County Public Schools. In my roles as both volunteer and substitute for MCPS, I've gotten to know parents, teachers, administrators, SROs, and community and church leaders who supported the non-sectarian mission of supporting and fostering a sense of community for our schools. They were all helpers, and they're my favorite kind of people. You guys are helpers too, so thank you. All our children benefit from the sense of coming together for a common cause despite all our differences. And they do better in school, they behave better, they attend more often because they feel encouraged. A common goal, a sense of community, it helps our kids. The message I've gotten from a small group of community members lately, however, doesn't reflect one of help or hope. In the last 10 years, I haven't seen or heard the things that have been said in the recent Board of Supervisors meetings on recordings about what's happening in our schools. What I do see in MCPS are teachers working very hard to keep up with pacing on state tests, teachers working to foster a sense of community they know will benefit the children for years to come. I see smiles, I hear laughter. I do at times see crowded classrooms, school counselors with more than their fair share of children to support. Some of these issues are ones that could be improved by more community members helping, and our local leaders asking the state for better staffing ratios, for less emphasis on performance and more on learning. But I have to say, for all I advocate on behalf of needing more, what I see continuously is the people who serve our children always giving more than they have to do what's best for our kids. Please give them more, give our public schools more, so they can do what they do best, which is to teach. They're not indoctrinating our kids. If the kids listened to them, if we listened to them, they wouldn't be leaving the field in droves, and that's a real concern. There are always ways to help, and right now what I am concerned about is some folks don't seem to have help in mind, because from where I sit, it looks like some people in our community are opportunistically taking advantage of a time when our whole community could use a lot of help and coming together. We all need your help as the Board of Supervisors to continue to support Montgomery County Public Schools and to keep people wanting to move here or stay here for public schools.
Thank you. Next up, I have Linwood Hudson. Mr. Hudson.
Hi there. Chair Blevins, Board, thanks for having me tonight. My name is Linwood Hudson. I'm from Blacksburg. I'm the school board representative from District A. I want to talk to you tonight, share my thoughts on some of the stuff that I've seen going on in the board here. Like many districts around the country, MTPS is under attack by a small vocal group. They're well organized, they're well funded, and they're 100% politically motivated. They've been spreading lies and conspiracy theories in our boardroom for months. They wrap it up in a thing called parent choice and then convince good people to buy into their act. They want everybody to be angry, right? Let's get everybody angry. It doesn't matter about what, but once everybody gets angry, then they'll do whatever they want, right? That's how politics works these days. They haven't gotten what they want in our board, so now they're here trying to convince you. But the school board can talk here. We don't have to be silent and just listen, so that's a cool thing. So I actually have some facts to share with you, which is a beautiful thing. As far as I can tell, this group wants one of two things. They want us to teach exactly what they want and how they want it, or they want to defund public education if we won't. Now, I don't have enough time tonight in order to explain how public education works, or how school vouchers would probably just raise taxes on everyone, and I'm not even sure if the board here could make a decision on vouchers without state action, or I don't know. And I'm certainly not here to attack private schools in general or homeschooling. My biggest issue is how they're going about arguing their point. They're attacking our staff, attacking our teachers, your fellow county employees, and worst of all, they're attacking our children. They argue that our staff are incompetent and untrustworthy. Our teachers are secretly teaching forbidden topics and indoctrinating our kids, and our students are deviants and evil and dangerous. All without any actual evidence or facts, just what their political organizations tell them to say, because they just want everybody to be angry. Well, here's some facts. Our students and teachers have just come through the worst global pandemic in a generation. Our teachers are working tirelessly to keep students on track academically. They're trying to support our students, all of our students, the best way that they can. Mental health challenges are everywhere in society right now, and we're likely seeing discipline issues because of it. But we've got the best staff there is. And they're working these issues every day because that's what public education does. It tries to meet every child's needs, no matter their race, their color, their gender, or their income. These are the facts. This is what we do in MCPS. Our students and teachers need our support now more than ever. But instead of offering support, these folks are taking advantage of the vulnerabilities of our teachers or students and using to support their weak arguments. If the best way to argue your point is to attack children, you don't have an argument. Now, I hope that none of the good folks here on this board will buy into their lies. I don't know many of you yet. I'm just 6 months into this, still trying to figure out if I'm supposed to vote with a yes or a yay or a yai or I don't know what. Still trying to figure that out. But I know you care about education. You care about MCPS for its teachers and especially for our children. And why wouldn't you? MCPS is one of the top districts in Virginia. People move to Montgomery County because of our schools. That's a big reason why my family moved here from Loudoun County. MCPS attracts families, that brings jobs, growth, tax dollars to support the county. When COVID hit, Loudoun County couldn't have schools because they didn't have a plan for it. MCPS had the Chromebooks, they had the support of this board, and schools kept going, right? So I know none of you would want to contribute to the devaluation of MCPS in Montgomery County. Look, my mom always said, if you see a problem and you don't help fix it, then you're a part of that problem. So here I am, trying to help solve this problem and defend our schools. I look forward to working with you all to help make MCPS even better, and I urge you to help fight this cancer growing in our community.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks.
Up next, I have Judy Grosclose. My apologies if I mispronounced that.
That's okay. I'm Judy Grosclose McBriar. I'm here in support of Montgomery County Schools. I worked at Virginia Tech for 37 years. I got an undergraduate degree in business education. I could not take a teaching position. It didn't pay enough. I got my master's in counseling education. Could not take a position in the public schools. It didn't pay enough. When I retired, I became a substitute teacher. Montgomery County has one of the best educational systems there is. I disagree with pulling money out for these private schools. If they want to take their kids somewhere, then pay for it. The schools, Montgomery County schools, need to teach to all students. That means special ed students, that means disadvantaged students, that means the low-income students as well as those who are a little more affluent. And we have those in Montgomery County as well. Let me tell you a story that happened to my child when he was 7 years old. I lived in Pulaski County. I got a letter from this teacher saying they were going to do an Old Testament history class. That didn't sound too bad. All right. I let my son go. After a couple of weeks, he came home crying. I said, "What's wrong?" This went on for a week. He finally said, "Mommy, I want to go with you when you die." I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Well, the teacher said because you're a divorced person, you're going to go to hell and I'll never see you again. This is what you get. If you want to take your child and you want to put them in a religious school, do it. But do it on your own terms and your own money."
All right, next I have Nick Fisher, maybe? I apologize if I've got that incorrect.
Okay, it's happened a lot.
If you'll give us your address as well.
Sure. My name is Nick Fisher. I live at 419 Seminole in Blacksburg. I am a newcomer. I don't speak well, I understand. I am a survivor. I have a 44-year-old child and a 33-year-old child, and I often talk to younger folks and say, you will survive infancy, teenage, and everything else. I also have been in public education for 50 years. from the state level down to the teacher level at elementary, high school, and every other level. I spend a lot of time dealing with money. I was in charge of a $7 billion budget in one of the states north of here, and was also dealing with vouchers, charter schools, and everything else. So I have a pretty broad perspective on things that work and problems, et cetera. I want to make a couple of brief points. First of all, I want to encourage you to approve the capital appropriation that you're now bringing off the table. The second thing is, I've seen the Montgomery County budget. It's frankly one of the best budgets I've ever seen from a school system, meaning it's clear, it's simple, it doesn't use what I fondly call edge-babble, which is using obscure terms to hide what you're really spending money on. And I think it's extremely important that any budget be very clear in terms of what money is spent on. In any school system in the United States, 85 to 90 cents on the dollar is spent on people. I don't care where you go, and I've worked in 8 different states. The capital appropriation is very important here. If I may, I'd like to give you a quick pop quiz. Raise your hand if you work in the private sector. 1. Anybody else? Okay, you think return on investment is important, I would imagine. How many of you know that the return on investment in public schools is 13 to 1? Meaning for every dollar you invest, you're getting $13 back in earned income over the 47-year working life of the average student, and that's using the qualifying income of somebody who's eligible for free and reduced lunch. So what I want to encourage you to do is build on the positive. You've got an excellent school system. Clearly there are strong challenges. I don't know of a school system that's open that isn't facing strong challenges, particularly in the way of COVID, closing achievement gaps, and having spoken to some people in the system, I know people are working on that. But I want to encourage you to remember this. Currently, the Montgomery County schools are spending $10.16 per hour per student. I want you to think about that, $10.16 per hour. With that, you could buy half gallon of milk, a loaf of bread, and if you were lucky, a pound of hamburger. So when you're looking at financing, whether it's capital or otherwise, consider the return on investment. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next up, I have a Rachel Byron. If you'll state your name and your address, you'll have 4 minutes.
Hi, Ms. Chair and other members of the board. I'm Rachel Byron from Red Bud Road in Blacksburg. I'm here tonight to speak in support of MCPS and our public school teachers. MCPS and Virginia as a whole have excellent public schools, ranking in the top 10 for K-12 education according to U.S. News and World Reports. We have lived in several states, including Tennessee, Kentucky, Michigan, Ohio, Illinois, and New York. And quality of public education was very important to us when we moved to Virginia in 2014 with a kindergarten and 3rd grader. In MCPS, our children have experienced the benefits of public schools, including rigorous educational standards, a diverse population of peers, caring teachers and staff that meet students where they are so each gets the most out of their education. With almost no exceptions, the vast majority of teachers and administrators we have encountered want all students to be successful in their educational and life pursuits, whether that is college or trade school or entering the workforce. We have had so many excellent teachers through the years in MCPS. From wonderful kindergarten teachers, I know I couldn't organize 25 5- and 6-year-olds day after day, to elementary teachers that draw a quiet student out so she can blossom, and show what she really knows, to math teachers that challenge students even when they think they can't do harder math, to music teachers that give freely of their time and talents to encourage a love of playing instruments, to gym teachers encouraging students to try new sports they may not have considered, to guidance counselors helping with the growing pains of adolescence, and many more. And a sincere thanks to all those teachers who listen when a parent says something isn't right and ask, how can we help? Last year, one of my children was struggling with a concept in one of their classes. They were reluctant to reach out to the teacher at first because all the kids say she won't help. That teacher won't meet with students. That teacher doesn't want us to ask questions, and other things that didn't really sound quite right to me. Rather than believing automatically that these concerning things were true, I reached out to the teacher myself and emailed to ask if she might be able to help. The teacher immediately responded and asked if we were in town that weekend, which was fall break. We didn't have plans, and so she arranged for a meeting at the school during the holiday. My child was worried, apprehensive, and nervous about how it would go when I dropped them off at the school. We had planned for about 30 minutes, but an hour and a half later, I sent a text asking if they were ready to be picked up. When I picked them up shortly after that, they were really excited about how it had gone, told me the teacher had used a totally new way of explaining the concept, and that they completely understood it now. They had even completed a makeup test from an absence early and did very well on it. This is a common occurrence in MCPS, a teacher freely giving of their personal time and going above and beyond normal job duties to assist a student that is struggling. Are our public schools perfect? Of course not. But vouchers and diverting funds from public schools will not make them better. Our teachers in public schools need our support, robust collaborative involvement from parents in the community, and more funds, not less, so that they can prepare our children to be successful adults in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next one up, do you want to let the next one after that know that they're on deck? So.
I'm going to call the next one on the list, and after that, I'm going to let the next person give their name so they can come up and be ready to speak, so we can go a little bit faster, but everybody gets their 4 minutes, of course. Nisha Evans, and then after that, I have a Chris Openchain.
I'm Nisha Evans, 205 Woodbine Drive, Blacksburg. I am speaking as a taxpayer and a parent of 2 former students. Both of my students had learning disabilities, and through the efforts of teachers that went above and beyond whatever they normally do, we're able to get one of my kids particularly through graduating to college, and she is now a dentist. And it is through the work of the public school and the programs that they have that both of these kids were able to succeed rather than being kept down because of problems, because they learn differently, but both were very bright. And the teachers recognized this and were able to work with them on their level and to help them. And while I am not against private education, private schools, etc., they do benefit primarily the middle and upper class and people with certain viewpoints and certain ideologies. I don't want my taxpayers going to pay for this. I want my taxpayer money to go to pay for the wonderful people that help all the students, whether they are extremely intelligent, whether they are struggling. But the public school teachers deal with them all and help them all succeed in whatever they want to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chris Openchain, and then after Mr. Openchain, I have a Laura Purcell.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Chris Obenchain. I'm from Blacksburg, and I'm here speaking as a parent. Tonight, I'm not here to bash public schools. I support public schools. I'm a product of public schools myself, and we're fortunate to have good public schools here in Montgomery County. But I also support students, and I support parents. And the bottom line is that the purpose of schools is to prepare children to succeed in whatever path that they choose to pursue in life. And to that end, I support parents who choose to send their kids to public school. I also support parents who choose to send their kids to private school. I support parents who choose to homeschool their kids. I support parents who want other educational options for their kids. The bottom line is that at the end of the day, it is parents who have to make that decision. As a parent of two kids who are very different from one another and who learn very differently, I recognize that there's not a one-size-fits-all solution to education. And I think that's what we're talking about here. And it's been pointed out that private schools, and other types of schools generally benefit wealthy families. And I think that's the point, is that not only wealthy families should be able to benefit from a different educational environment if they want to. So I am a supporter of educational choice and school choice. I support allowing educational options for all of our children. And so I would ask you to continue to support school choice. I thank the board for its support thus far. I also thank you for your efforts to require accountability and good stewardship of taxpayer dollars. That's important. And I thank the board for pursuing those things. I ask you to consider all of the residents and all of our opinions here tonight. Thank you.
Next up, Laura Purcell, and after her, Deborah Dickerson.
Hi, my name is Laura Purcell. I'm a resident of Blacksburg. My address is 826 Toms Creek Road. I didn't prepare as fully as some of the previous speakers, but I did jot down a few things as I was listening today. And one thing that I noticed was that the emergency services group that gave their presentation asked you all to consider integrating emergency services education into the existing public school infrastructure that we already have in Montgomery County. And it is critical to the health and welfare of the county to have robust public education. And I will simply ask you to support public schools and the school board in Montgomery County. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Dickerson, and then up next, Beth Openchain.
Hi, I'm Deborah Dickerson. I live at 103 Cherokee Drive in Blacksburg. Thank you for listening to all of us tonight. I'm a mother of three in the Montgomery County Public School, a rising 11th grader, a rising 10th grader, and a rising first grader. The older two are at Blacksburg High School, and the youngest is at Gilbert Lincas Elementary. My older sons attended Kipps Elementary when they were younger. We are truly blessed in our county and in our community for having absolutely outstanding public schools. We should count our blessings about that because we have the most remarkable public schools. And what is remarkable is that the public schools are open to all children. And I believe in a public school system that is going to provide a quality education to all children. During the pandemic, I chose to send my older two sons to a private school. They were not learning well in the virtual and hybrid modalities. And so I made a choice to send them to a private school in Roanoke. I did not expect, or I do not now hope for any public funds to offset that expense. But I had a choice. Our family had a choice, and we chose what was best for our children. And school choice does exist, but I think it's important for public funds to support the public schools. And when my children are grown and gone, I will continue to pay taxes that will support the public schools, and I won't have children in those schools. I think it's an important community endeavor that we all support this educational infrastructure that benefits the whole community. But I heard an earlier speaker say that there was no school choice, and that really isn't correct. At any time, we can choose to send our children to public school, and next year I choose to send my children to Montgomery County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. After Ms. Openchain, Robin Sanborn.
Good evening, Chair Blevins and the board. My name is Beth Obenchain. I live at 2010 Prices Fork Road, Blacksburg. I'm here as a private citizen, but I'm also speaking for the League of Women Voters of Montgomery County. Our public schools are the foundation, and I would say also the crown jewel of our democracy. Because of the importance of maintaining funding and support for our public schools, the League of Women Voters opposes school vouchers. I'm proud to be an alumna of the Montgomery County Public Schools and still consider the teachers I had there as impactful in my life. My mother once considered private schools for her young sons in the 1940s, when this was a very different community. But she decided instead to enroll her children in the public schools and put her energies there. Today, her great-grandchildren are enrolled in and thriving in our high school and middle schools. If you have any doubt about the extraordinary nature of our education here in Montgomery County, I invite you to attend a band concert in one of our middle or high schools. You'll see a diversity of families, some toting video cameras, some holding up their cell phones to record the concerts by their children, many of whom never touched an instrument till they walked in the door of one of our schools. And this is just one example of the range our schools offer. An excellent vocational education program in our high schools allows high school seniors interested in careers like welding to get a jump start on their community college education. The quality of our county schools was a factor in family members moving here to Montgomery County in the last few years. You, as our Board of Supervisors, deserve great credit for your efforts to maintain full funding for our schools during the 2008 recession. You've shown a real commitment to our public schools. Yet our school funding needs are still significant. Our state leaders proudly announce a 5% raise for teachers without pointing out that more than half of that raise must come from you and our county budget. You continue to commit to a plan to build and renovate the schools around the county. Vouchers take needed money from our public schools and the majority of our school-aged children who attend those schools to give to private schools and homeschooling. These schools may or may not meet standards of education expected of our public schools and may not be open to all students. Private charter schools in other states, funded by vouchers and often operated by for-profit companies, have a mixed record. In Florida, where public dollars follow students, some schools have gone out of business mid-year and returned students to the public schools without any funding. The League of Women Voters believes that K-12 public schools should prevail as the highest priority for school choice in Virginia because public schools sustain democracy by being open to all children. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Sanborn, and after that, Courtney Robert.
My name is Robin Sanborn. I live in District G. I'm here to support Montgomery County Public Schools. Like Linwood, my family moved here specifically because of the schools. As a parent, I've been welcomed into the schools to volunteer, seen my children's art, to take part in special events, individually or as a member of the PTO for my 4 kids for more than 14 years. In my experience, administration, staff, teachers in the schools they have attended want nothing more than parents to be involved in a positive way in their children's education. Despite being chronically underfunded by the state, the nation, and this board, I've heard great things about the public schools in every community in our county. Every MCPS caregiver can be part of their child's education and learn more about the needs, struggles, and triumphs of their children's schools. Community members are also welcome to be engaged. The schools and the PTAs and PTOs welcome, encourage, and sometimes have to resort to badgering families to participate in their children's education and community engagement opportunities. Positive engagement at our schools should be encouraged by our boards as well, and I can speak to positive interactions with my own school board member, Mark Trebacca, and his engagements in local schools, as well as Supervisor DeMott's. I appreciate their dedication to our schools and the children of Montgomery County. Strong public schools are key to drawing employers to our region and expanding job opportunities here. The purpose, the reason many people are here tonight, is to do what is best for our entire county and for all students. I support and encourage the board to remain on the path to do what is best for all students, rather than allow attention to be diverted onto partisan and sectarian issues. Many of these issues are being conflated to harm our public schools on purpose. Our kids are more likely to mimic our own behavior than anyone else in their lives. The more they see us truly caring for their well-being and education by supporting their schools and everyone in them, the better.
Thank you. Courtney Robert? Is that Roberts? Is there a...
It is Roberts.
Oh, okay.
My handwriting. Good evening, members of the board. As mentioned before, I'm Courtney Roberts. I'm a Blacksburg resident. I have a middle schooler in Montgomery County Schools. I have an elementary school student, and I also have a pre-K child who will be coming up in, not this year, but next year. So after hearing one of the earlier speakers address, bring to the board certain comments from a parent homeschool professional, I thought about the ways that I personally would stand to gain from the school voucher system. And it seems very attractive fiscally. We're talking about 3 different opportunities for me to avail myself of this voucher program. But then I have to balance against that, what do I stand to lose? So with the 3 kids that I have, my husband and I have been involved, kind of tag teaming throughout the years in various PTA board positions. I've also been involved with excellent religious education and Sunday school programs at the New River Unitarian Universalist congregation, as well as Blacksburg Presbyterian Church. And in all of these experiences with our involvement, it's led me to the conclusion that it's really that parental involvement and the overall involvement of the community that is leading to the success of these programs, these excellent programs. I was actually the president of my elementary school students' PTA board when she started kindergarten in the middle of the pandemic with virtual learning. And I watched as this school board kept the buses running on schedule to deliver the meals to the hungry children so that they didn't go hungry while they didn't have school to attend. I watched next year as my beautiful middle child apparently developed a bit of a talkative streak. I'm not sure where she gets it. But rather than shunting her aside as a problem student, her teacher was engaging with me. She was sending me emails after hours. We were working collaboratively on a special behavioral chart just for this student. And then she was getting additional resources in the gifted program to further give her opportunities to thrive and to adapt to her learning environment. Ultimately, what I think I have to lose by endorsing this voucher program is that inclusivity of these opportunities, the various viewpoints, the various arguments, the various experiences that my children get to have by meeting people from all walks of life. And I have to compare that to Virginia's own dark history with school vouchers in the past. Because I have a public school education, I feel pretty strong about my history understanding. And I remember how we got in the news in Prince Edward County in the 1950s and 60s. Vouchers have a serious risk for abuse, and they have a serious risk of alienating the underprivileged and underserved. because while the money transfers to these schools, the rights for the students don't always transfer. With that in mind, I have to ask I have to ask all the members of the Board of Supervisors not to endorse this policy. Thank you.
That completes our list of sign-ups, but if anyone would like to come forward, you have 4 minutes to address the board. If you'll say your name and address. Oh, all right, we've got several. Let's. Yeah, if you'll come up to the front, that way we can, there you go.
Hello, good to see many of you again. I'm Phyllis Albritton. I live at 1003 Highland Circle in Blacksburg. And having served on our school board, I believe that public funding should go to public schools. My children graduated from Blacksburg High School with excellent preparation for college and life. Having served on our school board, I know our system does not have enough money to serve our current system. Since the recession of 2008, we have not recovered. When our system currently does not have enough money to meet its current needs, as a past member of our school board, I am extremely, extremely concerned. Public money is for public schools. And as a past school board member, I am really shocked that we are even discussing giving public money to private schools. Until we have pre-K for all, like they have in the two poorest countries in our hemisphere, and Canada and Europe, how can we even begin to think about giving our public money to private schools? My prayer, my hope, is that our public monies will stay with and for our public schools and our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address, and you'll have 4 minutes.
Carolyn Rude. I live at 1051 Nick Ryan Drive in Blacksburg, and I speak as a taxpayer. I'm well past the time when I have children in public schools, but I am so grateful for the teachers they had and the experiences they had with classmates, often different from them in race and class. The teachers were imaginative, dedicated, generous, and they all worked much longer hours than the ones they were paid for. They didn't have agendas other than to give children the best opportunities they could so that the children could thrive. I am happy as a taxpayer to support public education because I know the public benefits well-educated citizens who can do the jobs that need to be done in a community, whether being our doctors or cutting down our dead trees or driving a bus or serving on the police force and thousands of other jobs. We build strong communities with public education when everyone has a chance to go to school and develop their abilities to contribute. We build democracies and freedom when we educate citizens to understand our laws and policies. If parents have the time and resources to homeschool their children or prefer a private school, I respect those choices. But I do not want to pay for private schools with my tax dollars. A tax is a public requirement for a public good, not a private one. Private schools are inherently exclusive to middle and upper classes. Parents of limited means do not have the time and dollars for homeschooling or private education, yet their children have the potential to contribute to our communities if they are educated by well-resourced school districts. The occasional scholarship or voucher for a student of limited means does not address the broad goal of educating everyone. Please do not divert my tax dollars from schools that serve everyone to schools that serve some. I do not object to private education, but funding for it should be raised through private means. Private education is a choice made by parents. Do not force me as a taxpayer to pay for that choice. Thank you.
If you'll state your name and address, you'll have 4 minutes.
Catherine Kincaid, Blacksburg, Virginia. I'm afraid I'm one of those wackadoodle right-wing grandmothers who's been coming every week. Not because I want to spread lies like Mr. Holton said, but because I'm so passionate. And I keep thinking of my 7-year-old granddaughter all the time. And it just makes me keep coming and trying to convince you to do the right things. Our schools in general are sexualizing children, allowing boys in the girls' bathrooms. Bullying and treatment of students is happening. And parents need a place for their children to go where they can have a choice. And I'm not saying that's happening here, but I think a lot of teachers are leaving the profession, and I've talked to some. They're leaving because they're being forced to teach things they don't want to teach, and they're not being allowed to do the things they want to do. And I don't think that's right. The VEA and the NEA have way too much power, and now we've got the unions who want to take over control. You have a very important job as this board. You have a job to do the right thing. And that is to ensure that every single child has the best chance for education. Our schools have fallen behind, and I know it just sounds like utopia in here, but we do have problems, and it's not a utopia. We're going to face more. Schools are to educate, not indoctrinate. We have an incentive to make them better by allowing that money to follow the child. If that's so bad, if our schools are so wonderful, why are people wanting to leave? What are they afraid of if we allow the money to follow the child? What are they afraid of if they're so wonderful? They can be better. They can be much better. I urge you to be bold, unafraid, and stand up and do what you think is right to make them better. And they'll be competitive, too, if we let the money follow the child, and that will be much better for the teachers. As a former teacher, I know this is true. I think it's true. Anyway, the parents pay the taxes. The children belong to the parents, not the state, as some people are saying. They belong to the parents. And I think all of you all really in your hearts want to do the right thing, and I hope that you will. And let's see if we can allow our schools to be the best possible. And if the money follows the child, then there's competition, and I think we'll all be better off. Thank you.
Order, please.
Carol Hubbard, 55 Gavins Court, Christiansburg. I speak as a former teacher, a taxpayer, a grandparent. For 15 years or more, I taught in the public schools as a full-time and as a part-time some long-term subs, and have met some of the most wonderful teachers. Most every teacher that I came in contact was awesome and loved the kids and wanted them to know and wanted them to have the best education. I know Supervisor Biggs, and it's just been a great time serving with the kids. But I think about my grandchildren, and I think about the times that are now and what has been happening from the federal government and our state government handing down policies and the emphasis and the trends of indoctrinating children in things that are definitely against my religion and against what my children believe and against what I want my grandchildren to believe. And I think about the children and parents who don't have the money to make the choice to send their child somewhere that will help their child to not be exposed to that. And I know firsthand what exposure to certain beliefs can have on children. My own children came home, my own daughter came home in first grade and she was in a play. And that teacher liked to write her plays. Teacher was very good. The school was very good. But it was humanistic. And the first line in that was "in the beginning." And then it went on to "in the beginning you were born." Well, "in the beginning" is a faith statement for me, and the first beginning of the Bible says, "In the beginning, God." There is nothing else. This is my belief. And I had to deal with my child's understanding of that and actually taking her out of saying that poem because I wasn't going to do it. I left my child in public education. Both of my children were in public education. Except for one semester, I put my child in a private school because I thought it was better for her. But with the money follows the child. That's what school vouchers are. Money following the child. And I believe really strongly that in this time, we need to make it possible for parents who don't have the money, people who don't have the resources and the finances, those who want to homeschool, to do so. Because homeschool curriculums are very expensive as well. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Rachel Crane. I live in Blacksburg. I've also been a teacher at Christiansburg High School for the last 15 years. I watched the last Board of Supervisors meeting and was dismayed by some of the opinions that were expressed. First of all, our schools are full of excellent teachers and administrators, and they deserve our support. I strongly oppose the idea that public money should be diverted from public schools to private and religious schools. This does nothing but weaken the resources available to everyone else. One of the main arguments the school choice seems to have is about having God in school. We have separation of church and state because our country was founded on principles of religious freedom. We have Jewish people, we have Muslims, we have Christians, we have atheists, we have agnostics, we probably have pagans and who knows what else. They're all our children and need to be educated. We educate children of all backgrounds and religious beliefs. Religious indoctrination is not something that belongs in our schools or that our public funds should be supporting. The money that funds public schools does not come from just the parents of those students. Everyone in our society pays into public education with their taxes because we all benefit from creating a society of educated young people. Taxpayers should not be forced to subsidize other people's choices to send their children to private schools which may or may not reflect the beliefs of the community. Now, I almost hate to say this, but I have also been the advisor to the Christiansburg High School Sexuality and Gender Alliance, previously known as the Gay-Straight Alliance, which has in fact been in our schools for all 15 years that I've been teaching there, even though somebody said at one meeting that this is a new thing, that we're indoctrinating children with pride clubs and things. This has been there since I started in 2008. There have been LGBTQ students in our schools since well before 2008. They are not monsters, they are human beings, they are our children. We did not make them that way. They need our support, and they are frequently the target of so much bullying. And yet, some of the people here would name them as the reason to keep your kids from the public schools. That is so hurtful, personally. There are students who are committing suicide because they are not accepted for who they are. And when they hear adults talk about them this way, that does not go unnoticed. Our society is made of a rich tapestry of diversity, different colors, languages, religions, sexual orientations, and identities. Should we not all learn to live together, to respect the worth and dignity of every life? It is my hope that our children will be indoctrinated by the schools, indoctrinated with love, compassion, and a sense of equality. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna Vijayan, and I live in Blacksburg. I came here today to support funding our public schools and to address some of the information you were given during public comments in recent meetings. I'm the parent of a 4th grader who attends MCPS. For the past 4 years, I've been involved inside his school as a parent volunteer in the classroom and in the school library. As a parent who cares deeply about my son's education, I have also closely monitored my son's experiences by speaking with him, monitoring his work, and asking questions during parent-teacher conferences. Every single one of my son's teachers has cared so deeply about him as an individual and about each of their other students. They understand children, they respect children, and they know how to teach children. Every single one has focused on teaching my son the subjects he needs to know: English, math, science, and social studies. I have a PhD in math, so that's a subject I'm going to address. And I can tell you my son has already started to learn about concepts I didn't learn until middle school. The curriculum is set up to make sure that students understand the concepts at the heart of what they're learning, not just how to get the right answer. And I am very happy with my son's experiences in math and all his other subjects. His teachers have taught him these subjects in accordance with the Virginia SOLs, and none of them have tried to indoctrinate my son in the ways that some of the speakers have suggested. I do want to talk a little about the family life curriculum, the curriculum that does include sex ed. In the last month of 3rd grade, I was informed that the family life curriculum would be taught, and I was given the chance to review the curriculum and to opt my child out. I did not opt him out. The 3rd grade Virginia SOLs do specify that students learn the correct names for body parts. And that was exactly what he was taught in class, nothing more. And to be clear, I just want to say, as a rising 4th grader, my son's teachers have never talked to him about sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Those subjects simply are not taught at his grade level, despite what some people will lead you to believe. There was a gentleman who told you that his 12-year-old came home saying that she had learned about the 5 types of sex at school. If this is true, I'm sure he would be referring to the family life curriculum. MCPS teaches family life in accordance with the Virginia SOLs, and they do allow parents to opt out. So if you got a different impression from that gentleman's comment, then the impression was incorrect. I have only the utmost respect for every single one of my son's teachers and for the work they do to make sure their students are well cared for and learning throughout the day. They have been simply phenomenal. Yes, there is room for improvement at MCPS, and I have spoken in front of the school board to talk to them about some of the issues. But those issues have stemmed from central office administration, not from the teachers. I'm hopeful that many of those issues will be resolved with the hiring of a new superintendent this year. Remember that I stand here today not just as a community member, but as a parent with a child in school, as a parent who is strongly invested because I care so deeply about my son. Please do everything in your power to support the school board's efforts to improve our already excellent public schools. I do not want my taxpayer money diverted from public schools, only to be given to private individuals to homeschool their children or send them to a private school. I am a parent of a child who depends on public schools for his education. My son loves his teachers and he loves his school. Please support adequate funding for our public schools, for my child and for all the other children in this county who depend on them. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Katie Seidemann and I live in Christiansburg. I'm also a music teacher at Eastmont and Auburn. I came to speak tonight to voice my support for our public schools in Montgomery County, and even more so, to voice my support for our MCPS educators. I did not appreciate the disrespectful and ignorant comments made about our educators at the last meeting, and I want to be clear that I know that our educators at MCPS are superheroes. I know this because I have a front row seat to see how much they do for our students every single day. I also know that my friends are not leaving the profession because of what we are being forced to teach. They are leaving because people won't just let us teach. Secondly, I came to request that the board support our public schools through adequate funding. Voucher programs will decrease the funding necessary for our public schools to grow and to improve, and for our students to have the resources needed to help them succeed. Additionally, research has shown time and time again that voucher programs are often inequitable across student groups, including but not limited to low-income students, students of color, LGBTQ+ students, and students with disabilities. I'm in complete agreement that parents should have a say in where their students attend school, but I do not agree that the solution is taking funds away from public schools. Lastly, I would like to thank all of those who came tonight to speak in support of our public schools. I appreciate that the majority of our community members, regardless of political affiliation, religion, or background, will not tolerate the harassment of our teachers and education support professionals who bring nothing but their absolute best to work for their students every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Penny Franklin, Christiansburg. So I'm not sure if I'm coming as a school board member or a citizen, but more as a citizen. I think I've already given you my viewpoint on school vouchers and the racist, bigoted thing that they are. I did my first 2 years in segregated schools where those tax dollars did not follow the African-American parents into the schools because the schools were not equal. And the court said that. And trust me, when I went into integrated schools, they were not equal. It was amazing the difference of what was provided in the white schools versus what I had gone through and didn't have access to in segregated schools. So your dollars have not always followed, and it doesn't work. When schools were forced to integrate and vouchers and were in place, as I've stated before, it didn't work then because everybody ended up coming back to public education. And the ones that didn't, quite frankly, probably suffered a lot in their life because they had no inkling of what it was to be engaging with people who are different than what they are and thought different than what they are and have a broader viewpoint of the world and of society. So at the 4th of July, had family in town, and I was busy trying to be a good hostess, but I started overhearing a conversation about teachers. And one of those comments was, I don't understand why people keep trashing teachers and they don't want to pay teachers when teachers taught everybody to be who they are. Our doctors, our lawyers, our folks who fix our roads, as we heard today, our firefighters, our paramedics. Teachers got them to where they had to be, and yet we don't want to give them the money that they deserve. We don't want to give them the respect. We just want to trash them. And we want to listen and give audience to people who want to do the same, which some of the most outrageous comments I have ever heard. I have spent many, many years trying to help make Montgomery County schools the best school district it could be for all students, to be accepting of all students, no matter what they may believe, their sexual orientation, the color of their skins, their zip code. But yet, I'm here tonight while my grandkids are come from out of town, spending time here because you all don't want to give an appropriation that the school system is due to be able to give raises to those teachers. And the only reason you don't want to do that, some of you, is because you want to know what went on with the superintendent. You're not entitled to it. Plain and simple. We are two separate boards, and our actions were done by our board, and they were done for the best of Montgomery County. So you need to just come off of not wanting to give money because you're upset and throwing temper tantrums because you can't get what you want. It is not about accountability, it's about what you want. These boards have worked together wonderfully throughout the years, and that wasn't the case when I first came on the school board. But now, because I want to know, or is it because some other people want to know? Now you want to know, when there have been many people who have come and gone throughout Montgomery County's history, but you never stood up here and said, I want to know. You need to tell us, because you have to be accountable, have to be transparent. We're doing our job, and we're doing it well. And all these teachers and parents
Ms.
and the
Franklin, your time's
students
up.
who
Thank
have
you.
been here tonight, I thank them.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bonnie Zare, and I'm from Blacksburg. I'm the proud parent of a Montgomery County Public School graduate of 2020. I believe the school voucher program is misguided. I came here in 2017 to interview for a job, and I insisted on seeing the local high school so I could understand whether my daughter, who has some profound difficulties, could make it work for her. And I was really happy with what I saw. We have a lot of talented administrators and teachers. They are energetic problem solvers, and unfortunately, we really tested them. They really came through for us, and I really appreciate them. Our community is held together by shared languages. There are getting fewer and fewer of them if you stop and think about it, with AirPods and everybody being able to go off in a corner and watch their own little TV show or movie. We need the unifying forces that bring us together. Some of those that are still present with us are things like sports, public school. Please don't miss the big picture here. Don't lose sight of the fact that public school is a unifying force and that we can trust our current schools and school board to educate and nourish our young people. Thank you.
Your name? Name
My
and
name is Bob
address.
Beard. I live here in Christiansburg. Chair Blevins and board, thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight. I don't know where to start. I guess the first thing I want to do is say thank you to this board for asking questions, asking the hard questions on where and what's the money, and that's why we can't appropriate money until we know some answers. You guys have to follow through. I appreciate you creating that video illustrating those questions that keep going unanswered. You asked them 4 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, they don't show up. The school board doesn't show up. And now, we're here still doing the exact same thing. We're arguing about money. Okay. And now there's a couple other things. Okay. So now that dad was here 6 weeks ago, talking about his daughter who was taught the 5 ways to have sex. Okay. Well, he's actually a teacher in Christiansburg. Well, he went to talk to the principal, and he was told it was up to that teacher to teach what she was teaching. That was her choice. So he didn't have any clue what was going on and what his daughter was being taught. Okay, and that's a 5th grader. So why are we teaching sex? So we all want the same thing. Get sex out of the school. Get all the politics out of school. The Democratic Party put up a Facebook post asking everybody to come down here and speak tonight. The MCA reposted the same post asking people to come here and support the school board and support the school system. Well, that's all good, okay? But the point being is, why is this politics? The MCA keeps on asking, we don't want politics. We want teachers to have a seat at the table. Well, you guys have worked with the school boards and given raises for the last 6 years, 2.5% to 3%. Now we're looking at 5% this year, and still not good enough. The SOL scores have dropped consecutively for the last 5 years, all but one segment. Out of 30 segments, they've dropped every single time, year after year after year after year. The SOL scores have declined, period. Okay? Let's see what else I want to, there's just so much. My son has special needs, and his caregiver is a recent high school graduate here at Blacksburg. And we started talking and so forth, and he asked me if I'd seen a post by one of the teachers at Blacksburg about adjusting underprivileged or black kids' grades to give them a better chance of going forward. I told him I hadn't seen it. I said, why is that such a good idea to give a false grade? He said, that'll give them confidence so they can do more. I said, well, then what happens when they get to the workforce and they can't do what they were hired to do? What happens when he wanted to go for UVA, he didn't get accepted to UVA, okay? So someone else with false grades, I don't know if they did or not, but someone with false grades could have gotten into UVA instead of him, so now he has to go out of state, his parents paid out of state tuition, okay? So guys, I'm a taxpayer, we're all taxpayers. I want my money to follow the student. That's all we're asking for. We're not asking for meals tax money. We want the money we're paying towards taxes right here and now to follow our students, our children. That's all we're asking for. Thank you.
Order, please.
Hi, my name is Nico Rensberger, and I live in Blacksburg. I recently graduated from Christiansburg High School, and I'll say wholeheartedly that Montgomery County Public School System has issues. These issues range from understaffing to underappreciation of the staff that are there, crowded and old buildings, shortage of teaching equipment, and bullying. Now, this is not to say that our schools are terrible. I've had a lot of great experiences at Christiansburg High School, and that is mostly in part due to the amazing counselors and administrators and teachers that we have there. However, it has been stated or implied that LGBTQ students are to blame for some of the issues in our schools. And this is not true, and frankly demonizes students who are often the most at risk or need the most support. As an LGBTQ student myself and many people I knew faced harassment for being queer, whether it was outright hatred or persistent instances of homophobia and transphobia in the classroom or online. The solution to bullying and underfunding in schools is not to take away what few resources there are to put money into sending some children to private or charter schools. Vouchers benefit only a few families while stripping away even more from the public education of every other child in this county. Now more than ever, public schools need more support from the government and from their communities. Investing in a better public education for the children of this community is investing in the future of this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Anthony Grafsky. I live in Blacksburg. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. I am the parent of 3 boys in Montgomery County Public Schools, 2 coming up into middle school, 1 getting ready to start high school. And I'm just here to, there's not a whole lot that I can say that hasn't already been said in support of MCPS and the fantastic job that they do educating our children, giving them opportunities inside, outside the classroom, be that extracurricular, athletic, or any other thing. And so I just, I'm pretty adamant that public dollars need to stay in public schools. They don't need to go to private institutions. They don't need to subsidize or fund private schools. I'm all for folks wanting to have those choices and having the opportunities to take their children and get their education elsewhere. But I want to make sure that my tax dollars are not paying for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Becky McKenzie, and I'm in, I think, District F. Everyone keeps saying that vouchers mean choices, but that's not true. When you give away vouchers, you're taking away my choices. You're taking away the choices for the rest of the parents in Montgomery County. Funding does not follow a specific child. Any parent can tell you that's not how this kind of budget works. Some of your kids need a lot, some of them need a little, everybody needs braces. You pray, you coupon, and somehow it works out. When you start trying to divvy all this up with vouchers and making money follow different kids, you're messing the whole thing up. And that's not something we need right now. Right now, I need choices. My life has changed a lot over the last 10 years. I've needed a lot of choices in my life. I've also taught in Giles County, Montgomery County, rural New York State, and Tennessee. My mother was a career educator in Maryland. My aunt and uncle met while teaching middle school in Missouri. Not only that, but yes, my kids did go to one of the local private Christian schools. And then after that, I tried homeschooling. We got to a point where I needed different choices. The private school teachers did a great job with the resources they had. I had no trouble teaching my kids how to read and write essays and do basic math. But I couldn't teach geometry, and the kids were going to have to learn Latin because I didn't have to speak it. They could just read it from a book. The private schools could not offer my children the classes they needed. And they couldn't offer culinary skills or welding or small engine repair or any of the advanced math classes. Yes, they could take these things online, at least the math, but you cannot learn welding online. Providing all of these services takes money, and I needed these services. I needed a bus to pick my kids up and take them home. $5,000 is not going to pay for me to have a break every day at 3 p.m. I'm on my own, so I need the choice of a bus. I need the choice of a lunch lady. I need classes my kids want to take, because I do not have time in my day to bicker with them about whether or not they should be going to school and finishing their homework. Throwing a tantrum and saying, I don't like what's happening, so I'm going to take my ball and go home because of some random picture book on the back of a library or some imagined sort of slight that happened, is not being a grown-up. And we're grown-ups. We're parents. We don't have time for that kind of nonsense. You've always had the choice to pull your kid from school for whatever reason you want, but then you also must have the choice to bring them back. Some kids need the choices and the options the public school offer. Choices like culinary, choices like welding, choices that mean that no, you don't have to go to college. You can finish high school and you can put food on the table and gas in your tank. And that is what we need from public schools. And that's why, no, the money cannot just follow whatever random kid wants to have it follow it today. I've heard passionate debates about phonics and handwriting and the best edible chemistry experiments, but I've never heard anyone talking about any of this nonsense with the brainwashing and the whatever it is that people are talking about. It doesn't happen. I've been in a lot of teachers' rooms, and I've been in a lot of teachers' lounges. I've never heard any of that discussion.
Ma'am, your time's up.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for this time to speak. My name is Matthew Fentress. I'm from Christiansburg, Virginia. I was just taking notes while other people were speaking. First, please provide the county part of the money needed for school employees' compensation. As a fifth grade teacher, I have had the opportunity for many years to have worked with many wonderful DARE officers and SROs. I support school resource officers and thank Sheriff Parton in closing any gaps in our county where there are no SROs. Please support that. Some of your past speakers made comments stating that our founding fathers founded our American government based in Christianity. And as a teacher, I feel like I should correct some of that. That would be false. Many of the founding fathers, Washington, Jefferson, Franklin, Madison, Monroe, practiced a faith called deism. They were deists. Deism is a philosophical belief in human reason as a reliable means of solving social and political problems. Maybe we need more deists. Thomas Jefferson and James Madison believed that without separating church and state, there could be no real religious freedom. To quote Thomas Jefferson, erecting the wall of separation between church and state is absolutely essential in a free society. Christianity neither is nor ever was a part of the common law of America. Madison stated, the purpose of separation of church and state is to keep forever from these shores the strife that has soaked the soil of Europe with blood for centuries. Benjamin Franklin, when a religion is good, I conceive it will support itself. And when it does not support itself, and God does not take care to support it so that its professors are obliged to call for help of the civil power, 'tis a sign, I apprehend, of its being a bad one. Leave the matter of religion to the family, not the government. As a father and a Christian, I do not need Montgomery County to assist me and my family when it comes to the teaching of God. Keep the church and state separate. People in the last Board of Supervisors meeting talked about school choice. Many people here tonight talked about school choice. I thank all the parents that have come out to speak on behalf of teachers, students. Parents have a choice when it comes to their students' education. If they choose a private school, then it must come from their private money. Should Montgomery County pay to fix my family's driveway on our private land? If the answer is no, then why should our community's tax dollars be used to financing a family's private school choice? Vouchers proposals pose a threat to the American system of public schools and the constitutional principle that the government may not fund or promote religion's education. So vouchers go against our Constitution. If passed, these voucher programs provide schools would drain the public schools of government tax dollars. As a public school teacher for the past 21 years, I've continued to watch the attacks on my profession and my coworkers escalate. Is this the best we are as Americans, to attack teachers? Even with the extreme political plague of dissidents in our society and the continued global pandemic, Montgomery County Public Schools has provided an amazing opportunity for all of our students. I'm fortunate as a Montgomery County teacher. I work at a great school with amazing people. My students, all of my students, do astonishing work, and I'm blessed to have been their teacher and the support of so many wonderful parents. Last year, I had a wonderful school year inspired by my students and my coworkers, and I look forward to the upcoming school year. Supporting America's schools is patriotic. Please stop attacking teachers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can we take 15 minutes?
Okay, guys, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we will continue with our public address.
You need a break. Good. Take a break.
Thank you. Yeah. We will continue now with public address. If the next speaker would like to come forward, state your name, address, you'll have 4 minutes, sir.
Hi, my name is Jeff Varenkoff. I live out in the Childress area of Montgomery County. I'm glad you took a break. You deserved it. We probably needed one too. Thanks. I think there's a few things that we have in common. One is that we're all glad we don't have your job because you have to put up with all this type of bantering that we have. We also agree that the teachers in Montgomery County are excellent, wonderful teachers. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. There's a lot of common denominators amongst us, and you're not hearing those things, and I think, maybe we can address a few of those things. But there's also been these, well, let me tell you what the common denominators are. That we all believe that education's important. We wouldn't be here if we wouldn't think that. It's important to all of us. The education's critical, and Montgomery County does a great job of providing that. It's rewarding. It's financially necessary. We've heard things about how money is returned back, return on investments, things like that. It's socially needed. And the county does a great job of providing that. And we don't disagree. Either side of these arguments doesn't disagree on that. The problem is that we're not trying to solve problems. We need to be solving problems, not just lashing out at one another. And so, there's been some straw men built up here, and there's been these straw man arguments about bashing teachers. I don't know anybody who's bashing Montgomery County teachers. It's a straw man argument.
Order, please.
Public money should follow.
Order, please.
Public money should go to just public schools. That's a straw man argument, because the argument is about money that is provided for a given student could follow that student. That could be a problem. That could be a way of solving the problem so that proper choice is given to people. Another straw man is that racist and bigoted people are making these statements. That's so unfair. Nobody is doing this stuff. But what you're hearing, I think the father of modern psychology said, there's nothing so absurd that it's repeated often enough people will believe it. And we're getting a taste of that this evening. These arguments about people bashing, that people who are for vouchers or choice are bashing teachers, it's not true. There's always elements of truth in the fringe years. I'm not saying nobody has ever bashed a teacher. That happens. But the vast majority are not. We have a great county. My kids who went to school here, wonderful. The only concern is that when the school system begins to leave the area of teaching and enters into the area of politics, that's when parents get concerned. And we don't want you telling children how to think, or I don't want to tell you what to think, but just how to think. We're training children to learn how to think, but not what to think. And when we leave the proper places of teaching the kids math and science and history and rewriting history, that's when the parents get in an uproar. None of us want to be here. We have better things to do. But we're here because we feel a necessity to come out and sort of protect that which we think is being protected. And when it's not, the parents have to come out and speak up. And so that's all that folks are trying to do. And so, yeah, if vouchers is a solution, and it can be a solution, it is a choice. A lot of people want to talk about choice, but no, you can't choose where your taxpayer money goes for your child. That is not an acceptable choice. Well, that's just contradictory.
Sir, your time is up.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, my name's Mike Goodhart, from Christiansburg, and thank y'all for having patience with us. Anyway, I was curious, does any of y'all know how much federal and state and county money is given for each child in Montgomery County? Okay, well, I was hoping one of y'all knew. Okay. All right. Well, okay, I paid about $10,000 in property taxes last year. I got a statement about what percentage of my property tax money went to the public schools, and it was about 71%. So I paid about $7,100 to the public school. And personally, I've taught in Christian schools. I've been a Christian school administrator, and I've worked in public schools just as like a teacher's aide and a substitute, and I did take a long-term assignment out at Auburn. And I have a lot of respect for the teachers, and I respect these, especially these middle school teachers. I could really take my hat off to them. I don't see how they do it, because I taught 7 years at a Christian school, and I only had one discipline problem. But I was working a job and I was teaching there part-time, and it was a girl that got on drugs, but it was a Christian school, and I just didn't have to deal with discipline problems. But when I'd sub or something out in Shawsville, like the middle school especially, I was having all kinds of discipline problems, you know. I'm just saying not every school's perfect. Now, I subbed over in Blacksburg, and it was really good. I sat in a class, and it was awesome. I'm just saying it's different depending on where you're at. And middle school can sometimes be trying. But anyway, I support vouchers and choice. I would like me to have a choice of where my money goes. Right now, it all goes to public schools, and I don't have any kids in the public school, and I paid taxes for the public schools for years. But I'm just saying people ought to have options, and it's not racist to have choices. I don't know who in the world thinks that it's racist to have vouchers. It's the exact opposite, because then if a black person feels like they're not getting a good education in the public school, then they can go to a Christian school, or they can go to a private school. It's anything but racist. So people ought to be able to choose, and it's you know, it's just smart, and it creates competition. I work for a business. We have to compete against other businesses. If a public school don't have any competition, why do they got to get better? You know, I appreciate some things in public school. I mean, my son wrestled for Christiansburg High School, and I loved it. I loved, you know, he was able to have that athletic program there, and I liked that. But I do say I sent him to Christian schools K through 8th. And so I just think people ought to have choices. I love my Christian school. I love the fact he could go to Christiansburg and wrestle, but that involved choices. See, I had the choice. I could send him there, and I want my money, my tax money, going to parents that want to choose where they want their kid to go. You know, these private schools, they have a lot to offer. Sometimes they don't have all the programs.
Your time is up.
But if
Thank
they
you.
had the money, they could do a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Crystal Fentress. I live in Christiansburg, and I'm speaking in support of our strong public schools. I do believe that public funds should stay with the public schools. And when those funds are reallocated to different areas, it could cause cuts in programs such as mine, the Virginia Preschool Initiative. I feel like we should be finding funds to have more preschools and staying away from things that could possibly cut funding for such programs. I'm beginning my 22nd year of educating students in Montgomery County. A student taught at Christiansburg Primary School, and I believe so wholeheartedly in the education and the service that we as teachers there provide that I'm still at Christiansburg Primary School. A student taught there and never left. I guess I'm like a loyal dog. Anyway, I witness daily the dedication and love and care that my coworkers pour into their students each day. And to say that I support Montgomery County Public Schools or public schools in general would probably be an understatement. I would like to convey that I am one of public schools' biggest cheerleaders. I support public schools at the state and local level as a teacher, as the wife of a teacher, and as the parent of 3 amazing, successful public school students. So therefore, I will always advocate for and always support our strong public schools. Thank you.
Hello.
Madam Chairwoman and the board, thank you so much for hearing us. I don't envy you in the least. My name is Jeff Mitchell. I'm from Christiansburg. I don't envy you in your positions this evening, but thank you so much for taking all this time to listen to us. I wasn't prepared to speak, but after listening to some of the comments of the other speakers, I felt compelled, so I ask you to give me a few moments and bear with me. You know, I'm quite happy for my tax dollars to go towards the construction of public roads and similar endeavors because these types of projects are morally neutral. Education, on the other hand, is not morally neutral, and if anyone argues otherwise, then they have not reflected adequately on the nature of learning, dear friends. Today, we have difficulty defining what a woman is, unfortunately. Perhaps we can do better with the definition of a child. Is a child a chance collocation of atoms that come together for a short amount of time only to rejoin the universe? Or is a child a creation of God with an immortal spirit? Are there values that are transcendently right and transcendently wrong, or are our values merely a cultural invention invented by time and age in which they appear? What you think about these questions necessarily dictates how you look at education tonight. All roads lead to Rome, is the old saying, either directly or indirectly, and all education is rooted either directly or indirectly in religious values, whether you like it or not. There is a definite worldview that underpins public school education, just as there is for private school education. There are many of us who would choose a different foundation for the education of our children other than that of public school teachers. I'm not here to attack public school teachers. I admire them for the work that they do. They often work long hours in difficult environments, and my hat goes off to them for that. But my understanding is that a public school spends $15,000 or more per student. I'm not sure what Montgomery County is. Spend $15,000 or more per student in their education each year. The private schools and the homeschool families that I'm aware of, on the other hand, provide a similar quality of education for their students at a fraction of the cost. And yet it is still expensive for individual families to provide this kind of private education to their children. Many have spoken of reluctance to use tax dollars to fund private education, and I'm actually sympathetic to that in a sense. But the fact of the matter is that special interests within our government consistently subsidize private interests to one degree or another. I will get a tax break if I make certain upgrades to my home. That is a direct benefit to me and an indirect benefit to others. School vouchers are very similar in that regard. They are a direct benefit for the families who choose to go that route and an indirect benefit for the public because these children are still getting educated to become productive members of our society. So I would like to ask that you consider allowing public vouchers for, private school vouchers for the education of our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Y'all look like y'all need to change your pace. Y'all want to talk about something different for a minute? My name's Johnny Ashley, and I am here to talk about a family court reform and the law enforcement response to it. So y'all will be passing around my little paperwork I promised last time I bring to you. So the first page is going to be the laws, and I copy and pasted it from the State of Virginia website, where a reasonable person would think they could find the laws of the land. Now, I want you to notice, both of these codes are 18.2, which means criminal offenses. This stuff police investigate, not like building code or something. So the first one that's highlighted is abduction and kidnapping punishment. A, any person who, by deception and without legal justification, seizes, takes, transports, detains, or secrets another person with the intent to deprive this person or to withhold or conceal him from any other person. If we go down to C, abduction for which no punishment is otherwise prescribed shall be a Class 5 felony. Then the next one down is going to be what is deemed perjury and the penalty. So if any person to whom an oath is lawfully administered on any occasion willfully swears false on such occasion, touching on material matter of a thing, and the second part down is punishable by a Class 5 felony. So this is going to be the abduction plus perjury thing that I've talked about. So if we just flip over to the next page, it's going to be a doctor's report. And you can see it was received on September 6, 2007. So the first highlighted part says, there's actually a legal hearing tomorrow, which will likely completely terminate parental rights with full adoption soon to follow. The Lucases say that the mothers chose to use their last name at birth, and they have been told it would be perfectly legal to simplify things for the adoption. Now, this is going to be the first hearing, and the hearing I'll be citing is going to be the second one. But they actually never tried to terminate my rights or adopt them, so I don't even know why they're saying that. And then the second paragraph, the highlighted part, says, the biological father was said to have been incarcerated at some point, and there's a little question that his full rights will be removed tomorrow. If we flip it over to the next page, you will see it is highlighted the date of December 20th, 2007. And a couple of them I wasn't paying attention. I highlighted at the time. I'm sorry. And then it's done by the Wythe County Reporting, which is important. If you're going to file perjury charge, you have who did it. So this is going to be for the hearing. So the first page is going to be from Jennifer Lucas, which is going to be the adoptive mom. So her testimony is, question, well, let me ask you this. 4 years from now, say right before this child starts school, if she contacts you and says, you know, I think my feet are on the ground and I'm firmly established financially, emotionally, and professionally or employment-wise, and I'm ready to have full custody of the child, how would you feel about that? And she said, we've discussed that, and I've always told her as long as Aiden and her, and we're in counseling together, and they're doing the parenting, and me and her take parenting classes together, and you know that it shouldn't be a problem. We're always going to be honest with him and who his parents are because they want to be involved. Question. So if you thought it was appropriate, it would be allowed to happen. Yes. All right, next one is going to be the cross-examination of the child's mother. Question. Is it the intention then in the future at some point to have both these children under the same roof that you live under as well? Answer, yes, I would like that. It's just going to take a while. The next paper is going to be from actually just a few days later, which is going to be January 16th, 2018. And the top highlighted section says, hopefully soon to be adoptive parents. And the second highlighted section down below, wonderful couple, hopefully full custody will be granted soon. Next page is going to be from July 15th, 2018. There are still some custody issues.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bob Barbetti, Reiner. Apologize for the poor flow that this is going to have. I hoped not to speak tonight. However, first, thank you for this important forum. You have seen the public get engaged in an issue in Montgomery County. I have not seen that before. I'm sure it's happened sometime in the past. I'm thrilled by the fact that it's happening. We need to talk with each other. We need to talk to each other. We need to not talk at each other so much. I'm going to say first, who's raising the fear among our many great teachers? I'm picking my brain to say, I don't remember anyone saying that at the school board meeting or here, that we're picking on teachers. Shame on whoever's doing that. I don't understand it. We should respect and celebrate our teachers. And our school system is apparently much better than average. I don't have experience throughout the Commonwealth. I can't address that personally, but from all indications it is. We should be proud of that. I heard very little about who speaks for the parents and the students. Unfortunately, a parallel with what I've seen the Montgomery County School Board do in their meetings, most of their meetings seem to be taken up with what I would call minutia, in terms of what's important. Let's talk about public school economics. The school system is financed by the government. It resembles more closely a monopoly than anything else. It's funded by federal, state, and local funds, as you know. It is not free enterprise. But we need to support the teachers so they do not always have to give more than they have, one of the statements that's made tonight. That needs to change. I don't care what the system is, vouchers or not. I know of no attacks on anyone other than criticism of the school board. Care about education, which still rarely is on the agenda at the school board, is my big concern. If public schools are so good, then competition will have no impact on them. If parents want their kids there, great. Besides, if the student leaves, so does a fraction of the total dollars per student that the school gets. They may well have more money, more dollars per student remaining if students leave in some numbers. Vouchers level the playing field for all economic classes, including the disadvantaged. Everyone has the same choice. Parents have already paid for school through taxes. Then those who choose alternatives must pay again for alternatives. Not sure that's quite fair, but that's life. There's no such thing as private and public taxes or private and public money when it comes to taxes. Nobody does accounting that way. Once the money comes in, it's spent. Now, if that money goes to vouchers, how is that different from subcontracting with a private firm to do some of your business for the county? I don't know there's a big difference. It's not about my dollars or your dollars. It's all about what we do as a community. If MCPS board is all about equity, then where is the equity for disadvantaged students who have no school choice without vouchers? By the way, from before 1776 until early in the 20th century, public education was based on a Western Christian education. It's only been in the last 100 years that has been changed by the
Sir,
progressives.
your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Hester. I live in the Childress area of Christiansburg. And I just want to say that I love the MCPS schools. I have 2 kids out at Auburn, and it's fantastic. But what I want to do here is just, in keeping with what my neighbor Jeff sort of put on the table as trying to find common ground, and also this beautifully eloquent address around schools being a moral, education being a moral issue. I just wanted to invite the room to engage in a thought experiment. And the thought experiment is not what happens if vouchers don't get passed. In fact, I'd like to propose what happens if they do. And what happens if they do, I think, from what I can glean tonight from the conversation, is that people are imagining that students would be able to go to Christian schools. They would be able to be taught the Bible. They would be able to be taught creationism, whatever it is that they would prefer for their child to learn. But I can also imagine a scenario in which school vouchers, which are publicly funded, despite the fact that money goes into the coffers, it will be publicly funded for private schools, a scenario in which people might want to say, I want to open my Muslim school and teach the Quran. I want to open a transgender school and teach around diversity of sexuality. I want to open a Buddhist school and I want to teach from the lessons of Buddhism. And this is, of course, hyperbole and hypothetical. But I do want us to think about what that would look like when we really achieve school vouchers, when we really achieve choice in a true democracy, and how it is that the schools now are capacitated in one form or another to manage that kind of diversity because they're taught to do that. But when we're in a society that is as factionalized and fractioned as it is now already, if we start already then putting public money into sort of capacitating different moral frameworks, what will that do not just for our own children, but for the fabric of our society? So I just would like to leave us with that kind of thought about what happens if we are successful with funding these vouchers and facilitating the kinds of private school systems that we're advocating for. Thank you.
My name's Teresa Zeigler. I'm in Christiansburg. I just want to bring the reality of funding. I live for the day that we have so fully funded our schools that a teacher no longer has to buy paper or pens or pencils. I remember when I started teaching, I got a box of pencils and a pair of scissors and said, go for it. We have not moved that far in the funding of schools, nor for the paying adequately for professional status of our educators. So if we get to the day that we so fully fund them that we have extra, great. But it's really likened to, we have a certain amount of resources here. And if we're going to say those resources are also only budgeted for the students who are currently attending the schools or who we project to attend the schools. We have a lot of students who are homeschooled, go to Christian schools, go to private schools, go whatever. They do that. You know, you're not paying for them right now. So if you do vouchers, are you going to now magically, the money is going to appear? That's not going to happen. You're reasonable people. You look at how are we going to spend our money and spend it wisely. To me, as a parent, it looks like I'm providing dinner. I'm expecting 4 people at my table. When 35 show up, out of the goodness of my heart, we are going to share it. I hope for fish and loaves like I've read in the Bible, but I know that doesn't happen. I know the amount on my plate shrinks. I know I'm going to be hungry a little bit later. So unless people who are pushing for vouchers understand, you're also pushing for a tax increase to keep the status of what you currently have. Schools that have vouchers do not have to guarantee, unless you want to make them that they have to guarantee the accountability for testing, the special ed funding that they would need to do or provide for students. They can't just drop students out before testing, which commonly happens. So if a parent wants to pay the differential for your school closed who got your voucher, and now you want to go back to public school, well, if you want to write the check, then that's the reality that you're looking at. But public education is such an important foundation in our society. There are things we can do to bring things together. There are choices we can create. But I also view, for my children and my future grandchild I'm going to have, that it's my responsibility for their moral education. And if I'm going to bring my Christian views into it, I am called to be the salt of the earth, not to be kept in a salt shaker all by myself. And I only say that for the audience who says I only want my child to be like those who are mine. So thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, William Price from Blacksburg. I assure you I didn't come here to speak tonight. The last thing I intended to do. But I thought back, just sitting there and listening, a lot of good comments made. And I can tell you, nobody in this room could brag more on public education in Montgomery County than the fellow you're looking at. I had one of the most wonderful teachers. And without the public education, I wouldn't have the opportunity to even have received some awards in certain clubs I was in. I had the opportunity to participate athletically. You know, those are wonderful things. And that's why I volunteered years of my time in developing the vocational education program for Montgomery County Schools. And I won't bore you with that now. I'm sad that they don't still exist. But you know, the thing that concerns me, not only did I spend some time there, but I helped develop and encourage a couple private schools and a religious school. And no, we didn't come to the county for money. The people did it themselves. Why did they do that? You know, I really believe in our freedom, and we need to recognize the importance of freedom today. The reason, in one school in particular, when those children who came to that school could no longer pay even a minimum amount. Their parents couldn't pay it. Did they go to public school? No. We have hundreds of them today for the same reasons, who is not necessarily going to public school. Yeah, we'd like to see it. We wish they were. There's a lot of opportunity in the school, but they don't do it. Some of them are incarcerated today at your expense, my expense. And my children, yes, I had my children, some in public school. At times, I had them in private school. And was it because I just had plenty of money? No. It's because of the need I thought I saw, and I wanted to meet it, no matter what the cost. There's thousands of examples like this, and this is why I encourage the voucher, because somehow I know there are hundreds and thousands of children whose needs are not being met. I'm not blaming the teachers, and I think maybe even something I said got this started in the wrong direction. Yes, I went before the school board, and I expressed my opposition to Montgomery County schools becoming unionized. And I did it because of my experience when I joined the union. Now, unions are good. There's a lot of good things about unions, but there's a lot of bad things. And I expressed some of those to the school board. And I think somehow this thing has gotten twisted, that those of us, so many of us at least who's speaking, somehow we're here to kick our schools or kick our teachers. I'm thankful for the dedicated teachers we have, and for the money you put into some of the best schools in the state of Virginia. But at the same time, there's other needs, and I think vouchers can help meet that need. I thank you.
Thank you. Order, please.
Hi, my name is Amaya Perfader, and I live in Blacksburg. As a student in a public school systems, I can say that I don't, and as a Christian, I can say that I do not feel as comfortable as other beliefs and religions to speak how I feel and how the beliefs that I have. And I feel like as a student, we are just put all together, and we don't have any support behind us if we want to speak different opinions and if we want to really just have our own opinions. We're not allowed to have that. We all have to agree on one certain thing. We all have to accept everybody, and we can't give our own beliefs and religions. And I believe that school vouchers would help, because we would have the money to go and choose where we would like to go, and we could talk with our parents, and we could have our own opinions, and we could all go where we choose, and we wouldn't have the schools telling us how we to believe, how to think, what to accept, and we would have more comfortableness in the school systems to speak our minds if we go where we would like to go, and we could grow as a person and who we want to be if we have school vouchers that follow us. I think that my mom was a single mom going through college, so public schools was the only thing that I had, and I'm thankful for that. I love my public schools. I love my teachers. I have strong connections in there, but I also know that I, as a student, would benefit from going to a Christian private school, because I know what I want to learn, and I have my beliefs that I know would be respected in a private school. So I just want to say that it would be a really good idea to have vouchers for people that may not have the choice to go to public schools but would really like to. So thank you.
Thank you. Order, please.
My name is Audra Slabaugh, and I live at 1440 Roanoke Street, Christiansburg. I have some observations over the past several months and weeks. One observation is that as parents, our concern is for students' basic education and to remove emphasis on racial issues and to remove a growing interest in sexuality and sexual identity. Secondly, I have not observed remarks against public school teachers. I think we all can agree that teachers have a very difficult job. I did observe questions about where monies are going. So I think that if a board is operating well and handling funds correctly, then wouldn't they be willing to share details if they were asked, even if protected by state law? So I heard that transparency was requested, and so I request transparency. Thank you.
Order, please.
Abby Bond, Pilot Road, Christiansburg. I definitely was not prepared to come to speak, so if I stumble on my words, I'm sorry. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I haven't been a parent before. I'm only 22. I'm not a parent. But I do know Montgomery County Public Schools gave me a lot of great things. I graduated with my cosmetology degree and other certifications through that program and other CTE programs. I graduated with almost a year completed of college, and then I went to the ACE program where I got my 2-year degree for free because of Montgomery County. All of that was to help with public schools. Like I said, I'm not here to tell you what to do, what not to do. I'm just trying to show you that there are amazing things. And also, when I was in school, I was a proud Christian. I prayed before tests because I needed all the help I could get, trust me. And I did that aloud with my classmates. The teacher didn't lead me, but I was allowed to lead it. No one stopped me. I was allowed to practice my faith. I participated in Meet You at the Pole, which is a Christian event where you meet outside of your flagpole and you pray before school. Tons of my friends participated in it. Maybe that just happened in my friend group, I don't know, but I know I never had that issue. So I want to say thank you also for helping to provide Montgomery County and Montgomery County Public Schools for being so great, because they are really good. We've heard that from everybody, from both sides. Montgomery County Public Schools is good, so thank you.
Thank you.
Jamie Bond, Christiansburg, Montgomery County. Actually, I live in Montgomery County, but Christiansburg. You know, I know how it feels to sit here this late, because that's what we do all the time. Almost every single one of our meetings goes this late. And I was really upset when I watched the video from the last meeting and some of the comments that were made. And, you know, sometimes I'm not a great opponent of live streaming, but the good thing is to really know what people said. And when I heard comments like, well, if they cared, they would be here. Well, you know, we have a ton of meetings on our own board. I go all the time. I have a family. I'm a business owner. I work all the time. I have grandchildren. And sometimes we have rain in our lives. Well, I've had storms in mine. So to have not been here last week or 2 weeks ago had nothing to do with the lack of caring. It had to do with just, it didn't work out with my schedule. So those were unfair to the school board, I believe. And, you know, we've always worked with you guys. I've been on the board 16 years, and we've done everything we could do to try to work. You guys have canceled meetings. We've canceled them. Sometimes it just doesn't work out with our public lives. As far as vouchers, I'm definitely a public school component. I am a product of Christiansburg High School. I'm thankful to have gotten my cosmetology license. I've worked 10 years, then owned a business for 27 after that. I've been a hairdresser for 38 years. And I would say, if you ask most salons in this county, they would tell you they're a product of Montgomery County Schools in the cosmetology program. I would say a lot of mechanics that are in our car industry came from Montgomery County Schools. I would say sheet metalist. And yeah, we called it vocational when I was in school, which was forever ago. And that vocational program is still alive and well in Montgomery County. It's just called the CTE program. So please support us. I know you do. And some of the comments last week that you guys have supported us always, and yes, you have. And I say thank you always. My daughter, she didn't finish telling you, she just graduated from Virginia Tech. And now she's got a job in the career services for Pamplin, and that's all because of the ACE program. And we're so, so thankful for what that program did for our family, and I've been here before saying that. And anybody who comes to our public school board meetings can tell you I'm an advocate. So thank you for everything you do. We gotta work together. We gotta get that meeting going. But please don't ever think, if I'm not here, it's because I don't care. I just sometimes can't be here. Thanks.
My name is Kim Bowman. I live in Christiansburg, and thank you for letting me address you tonight. I just want to reiterate that nobody is against the public school system. I, too, am a product of the public school system, but you know, in the light of what's going on in our communities, and it is going on in our communities, you know, there's just a lot of people that are no longer comfortable with sending their children to the public school system. And I know a lot of people that have been homeschooled and have turned out very well and are very successful. So, you know, I don't think there's a good argument that because they're not being educated in public schools, that they're, you know, not going to get an education. And I do feel like, as a taxpayer, that we should have choice, and that there is a lot of disparaging things happening if you believe a certain way. We just heard a young lady get up and tell maybe the last meeting or the one before that, how she was punished for praying in school. So, you know, it's just one example. I don't have time to go into a lot of those, but I think you've seen quite a bit laid out over the last months on both sides, and I just feel like that you should consider public vouchers. I do believe they're the right thing for our community. Thank you.
My name is Beverly Bond. I live over in Blacksburg, and I too was not prepared to do this. But to start everything off, I support students, teachers, parents, and vouchers. And I tell you why I feel the way I do. My middle son was born with a speech defect, and there's mental retardation runs in his dad's side of the family. When my son was in school at Christiansburg High School, at the age of 17, he quit. When he decided he wanted to go back to school and get his education, my deceased ex-husband was sitting in there, as was I, when the guidance counselor told him that they had a meeting about him with the school board office and said that they'd come to the decision that if he insisted on coming back to school, that he would have to be there every day. He could not miss one day, no matter what, whether he was sick, whether he was well, whatever, or a funeral in the family, that he could not miss because he was one of 2 people in school that had quit, and it embarrassed the school board, Montgomery County School Board. and said that they were not going to be humiliated because they had students that quit. My son was bullied because he had a speech defect and because he had a head full of the most beautiful curly brown hair. He was made fun of by the kids and he was picked on. And my son has always been a sensitive young man. And now my son runs around with the wrong crowd because and I lay it at the fact that he did not have a good education, enough to know a lot. And when I was growing up, we were taught right from wrong. The Bible didn't come into it, but we were taught right from wrong. We were told to respect our teachers, respect our elders, respect our parents, and to do the best that we could with our lives. And I've seen when I used to live in Radford, I saw where I lived at, I saw people that would rather get out there and work on their mopeds than get a job and work. And that's the situation around me. And here I am, 68 years old. I've never seen the likes of this in my life. My family that's buried would turn over in their graves if they knew everything going on now. And I am all for vouchers because some kids need to go to this to get a good education. They don't go to school to be picked on, abused by their peers, and to be treated like they are, like my son was. Y'all don't, unless you've got a child that's been in that position, you don't know what it's like, and you can't say that you do because it wouldn't be true. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and thank you for letting me share.
Chair Blevins, Board, thank y'all for allowing me to be able to come up here. My name is Scott Perfader. I live in Blacksburg. I've been in Blacksburg my whole life. Born and raised on a farm. I was born and raised in a private school, Gateway Christian Academy. It's in Blacksburg. A lot of people know where it's at. Very good school. Graduated, went from kindergarten to 12th grade, graduated me and my two brothers. My mom and dad worked 2 to 3 jobs to pay for us to be able to go to that school to keep us out of public schools. There's nothing wrong with private schools. Our teachers in public schools, they do a wonderful job. My wife's a school teacher. She does a great job. She loves her job. Nobody in my recollection would call teachers monsters or degrade them for anything. I mean, it don't matter if you're in Montgomery County, Giles, Bland, Pulaski, Roanoke, it don't matter. Our teachers have been through a lot of stuff over the last couple of years, and they've done excellent jobs. But my 16-year-old daughter that was just up here, if I had the opportunity to put her into a private school, I would. Private school is a lot more money-wise today than what it was when I was, 37, 38 years ago when I first started kindergarten. People have a hard time affording what they have now. I think there was a gentleman up here earlier that said, what was it, on average $10.61 per child per hour to be able to teach them? And, if you take that out, if a child wants to go to private school because they don't want to be in a public school, they should have that option. And to be honest, I think that money should go with them. I've had friends when I was in school that come from schools in Blacksburg and Christiansburg and Auburn and Shawsville back in the day would come to my private school. They actually come to school there. There's a few gentlemen that's in this room now that I went to school with all my life. I graduated. I went to college. I have a wonderful job, have a great career, have a wonderful family. But I'll give it to the good Lord above because he's the one that helped me do this. From left to right, right to left. School vouchers, in my opinion, is the way to go if a student wants to be able to leave public schools and go get a Christian education. When I graduated high school, I had a 3.6 GPA. You look at Dayspring Christian Academy, that's right here. You look at Auburn Baptist. I know people that go to the schools. I know the teachers. I know the owners. Everything. They're good people. They're good schools. They could get welding. They could get auto mechanics. They could get wood shops. If that voucher followed the child, that would help the schools to be able to get that. They have good sports. Dayspring, state champion in soccer, basketball. Gateway Christian Academy, where I went, state champions in volleyball and basketball. We had the opportunity to do that, just like they do in public schools. If you give them the opportunity to go to private schools with the voucher, they can get that welding, that auto mechanic, and it will work. The exact same thing. I thank y'all for allowing me to speak. I very appreciate it very much.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Coleman. I'm from Montgomery County, right outside of Blacksburg. And God bless you all. And we do pray for you guys. I just want to make one comment, not about the schools. So I don't know if you can pick up another hat and put it on right now, but this is about the presentation that was made earlier about the firefighters and EMS and the report that they gave you. I was listening to a very well-presented set of facts, and looks like they did their homework and so forth. There was one thing, though, that I want to call to your attention, and I'm an outlier. So this is an outlier that I'm calling to your attention, but think about this and see how it hits you when you think about it. The entire report sounded good to me. It sounded positive. It sounded like you could make a lot of good progress with the EMS staff and the firefighting crews and so forth, and coordinating and so forth. But the one thing that struck me has to do with the interpersonal relationships at the team level. And I think they said that we have 5 teams or something like that. But you'll see that in your report. But in the very first point that they were making, they said they wanted to coordinate all the teams and kind of have them report up to a central overarching authority. And because of the nature of the firefighters and the EMS staff, and I don't know that much about it, but I know some firefighters and I know some EMS people, I think that would be a mistake. I think it would be better for them, they can report up, but have the authority remain at the local level with a team concept. You don't want to do anything to destroy that team concept. So they can work together, they can coordinate with each other, they can communicate, they can tell you guys what they're doing. Somebody can coordinate that. I'm not in favor of having a paid staff above that because I think you lose the spontaneity, you lose the passion at the team level. And I think in recruiting people, you might not keep them as long if you lose that passion and sincerity at the team level. So I'll leave that with you. God bless you all.
Would anybody else like to come forward for public address? Seeing no one come forward, we will close public address.
May I make a motion to extend this meeting past 11 o'clock?
I have a motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Mr. Fizikowski?
Aye.
Mr. King? Aye. Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Ms. DeMotts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Thank you. Next addendum.
No addendum this evening, Madam Chair.
Items of consent.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. Fidzikowski?
Aye.
Mr. King? Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Next, under old business. Removal of the table Montgomery County Public Schools supplemental appropriation.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. Fidzikowski?
Aye.
Mr. King? Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
7 ayes.
School supplemental appropriations to the FY '23 approved budget. State.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Madam Chair, I think maybe I'm confused, but I think under A, we need to deal with that prior resolution that you brought off the table. I mean, there's options. You can vote on it. You can vote to not consider it and take it off the agenda and then go to the next one if you want. But I think we got to do something with it.
I thought we voted on it. You mean, are you trying to say we need a motion to remove it from the table before we vote on it?
No, you made a motion to remove it from the table, I think.
Oh,
with the-
did then vote on it?
No, you voted on it, so now it's back to it's before you, so you need to do something with it.
Take an action with that one.
Yeah,
Okay.
get rid of it, vote on it. I mean,
Okay, I would
whatever you
like
wanna
to make a motion to pass it.
So this doesn't go back under new business?
do. No, I think you should deal with it right now, yeah.
What is B if it's not passing A?
No, well, A is.
To put it back on the table.
Okay, yeah, A is back on the table, and that is a different resolution than B. B is a little bit different.
Gotcha.
Okay, so A, if you don't want to do A, you can vote to take it off the agenda and not consider it, and then move to B and do what you want with that. Does that make sense?
So we need to put it back on the,
It's on the table. Which means you guys you need to do something with it. It's live,
But we can vote on it, right?
or do something with it, right?
It isn't the one that the schools
The item-
want you to approve now. It was the original one, but then there was a revision, which is B. B is the revised request from the schools.
so we need a motion to, or take no action on that. Is that correct? And then it will go to the new revised one.
Right, then you can go to B, yeah.
Okay, so what do we have to do to get to B now?
You need to, if you want to get to B and not consider A, you need a motion to remove the resolution that was tabled from the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay, I make a motion to remove the resolution that was tabled from the agenda so we can move on to B.
Right, okay. So
Second.
Thank you.
All right, any other further discussion? Madam Clerk, you'll please call the roll.
I guess I'm confused because we already removed from the table item A.
And now they have made a motion to remove that resolution from the agenda.
From the agenda.
Because we're going to do the new,
Yeah.
discuss the new.
So they took it off the table, now this motion is to remove it from the
From
agenda.
the agenda, okay. Mr. Fidzikowski?
Aye.
Mr. King? Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
7 ayes to remove item A from the agenda.
Thank you.
And then I'd like to make a motion to put, for B, school supplemental appropriation to the FY '23 approved budget state revenues.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. And then make sure that I'm clear. So we are now discussing this, and this is not the same as the D revised.
No, this is be revised.
We're doing it now.
Yes, ma'am.
I see. Okay, so we will not do new business D because we're handling it now.
No, D is different than B.
That's a separate item.
Marty misheard you. He thought you said B when you said D.
Yeah, the item under new business under D is a separate appropriation resolution.
This is what happens when you stay up late.
All right.
Should I take
So
off
we
the
have-
table?
At
that
my
we're
advanced age.
Meeting beyond.
All right, so now we have a motion and a second open for discussion, and we do, I believe, have members, Superintendent Dr. Whitaker here to help answer questions and just for our discussion. Correct, right?
Yeah, because
Okay,
we're open
yep,
for
we're open
discussion.
for discussion.
You got it.
So Chair Cass?
Good evening, everyone.
Dr. Whitaker?
Chair Blevins and everyone else. You want to go first? You go first.
Absolutely. Good evening. Good evening, Chair Blevins and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'd like to first clarify the miscommunication regarding attendance at the last meeting. It's important for you to know that there was no intention to make the Board of Supervisors feel that the appropriation was not important to myself or the board. What occurred was an unfortunate situation of misunderstanding and miscommunication. Following the budget presentation given to our board on June 6th, I was contacted by county staff and asked to attend the next Board of Supervisors meeting to present the budget and answer questions. As requested, I attended that meeting and I addressed the questions related to the budget. Our staff then worked to provide the information being requested in the format desired by our county administrator. On multiple occasions, we specifically asked what questions we could address for the Board of Supervisors. I feel it's important to share this so that you can better understand. From my view, I had been asked to attend a meeting to address budget questions and attended that meeting as requested. I was then asked to provide additional information and was not given additional questions after asking repeatedly. While I understand that the county administrator and the Board of Supervisors feels that I should have attended that meeting without being asked to, I did not know to do that. The first time I heard mention that there was an expectation that I be at that meeting was in a closing email that I received that day around lunch. I immediately contacted Mr. Meadows and asked him if I had invited to attend a meeting or missed an invitation to an event. Mr. Meadows shared that I had not been asked, but that I should know to be there. Unfortunately, I did not know that previously, and I was unable to attend the meeting that night. While we can't go backwards to correct a misunderstanding, it's important that you know this was not an intentional act by myself or from our board. We did not want to avoid your questions. We happily answered them that evening, and most of those were the ones that you resubmitted to us for today. We have answered them again for you and are happy to address your questions. I'm here tonight to do so.
So we are here this evening to present to you some more information regarding the appropriation. As far as we are aware, an appropriation has never not been approved, and there is no provision for localities to withhold state funds appropriated to a school board. These are funds provided by the General Assembly specifically for 5% raises for SOQ positions in school construction. Should you not approve the appropriation tonight, we will unfortunately need to notify our 12-month support staff tomorrow that their increases will not be in their July paychecks. And also, just following up with some information regarding appropriations, that the state money can only be used for the purposes for which it was allocated, and that the local governing bodies do not have the authority not to appropriate it or to reduce the appropriations authorized by the General Assembly and signed by the governor. And we are quoting Code 22.1-94, appropriations by a county, city, or town governing body for public schools. A governing body may make appropriations to a school board from the funds derived from local levies and from any other funds available for operation, capital outlay, and debt service in the public schools. Such appropriations shall be not less than the cost apportioned to the governing body for maintaining an educational program meeting the standards of high quality for the several school divisions prescribed as provided by law. And then there's a little bit more, but not as relevant. So we are asking that this evening that you will please provide us with the appropriations so that we can move forward on providing our employees with their increases. Dr. Whitaker is going to give you a little bit more information that you requested regarding the appropriations.
And Ms. Cass, I would read that last sentence of that code reference just real quickly for you. So it states, I'm sorry, I cannot see. It is too late at night for my eyes. Okay, it states,
You want me to read it?
no, you're good. The appropriations may be made on the same periodic basis as the governing body makes appropriations to other departments and agencies. Those funds have been appropriated for other groups. As Ms. Cash shared, we have raises going into effect immediately. We have a plan for tomorrow to notify all of our 12-month employees if we do not receive those funds, because we cannot give them the raises if the money that is given to us by the General Assembly is not appropriated tonight. Our hope is to not have to do that. Our employees have been working very hard, and they deserve the raises that have been appropriated to them. So I'd like to do whatever I can tonight to address your questions so that our staff is able to get the raises that they so much deserve.
Thank you. We'll go around the room and see if any supervisors have any questions. We'll start off with Supervisor Bone.
No questions, thank you.
Supervisor Shepherd.
Just one. What was the change from the 27th to the 7th? It's different.
Sure. The change, as I mentioned to the board previously, we had allocated some funds for the Chromebooks with the intent to be able to identify other funds. I needed to make sure that I could review our budget. You may not know I'm currently doing 3 jobs right now. So I had to make sure to review our budgets to make sure that we could find that funding. We did find that it was available to us in the balance of our ESSER funds. And so we are going to move it and put the funds through that area. We're also going to reduce the number of Chromebooks that we're buying and extend our warranties an additional year so that they will last a year longer. And so once we were able to make sure that we could do that, as we spoke to you all about, we're bringing it back to you for the revision.
Okay.
Supervisor Fidzikowski.
I read all the responses to the questions. I get that.
Sure.
I also get your veiled threat. I thank you very much for that.
I did not have one, sir.
Yes, I know.
I'm just sharing with you the information available to us.
Thank you.
Mhm.
The excuse you gave about not being here, that's fine. It's history now. None of us here want to see your employees not get their pay raises. That to even think that we would do that is that says a lot about our relationship. But with that said, in some of your here, you kind of throw the last administration superintendent under the bus. But as far as I recall, he or somebody he designated attended every meeting, even when we weren't voting on monies for you. So I think that's something that you may want to keep in the future, that there is no, this is a public meeting. Anybody can come, including yourself.
Sure.
So that's all I got. I don't have any questions.
I'd just like to comment on that, Mr. Fidzikowski. First of all, we didn't, it wasn't a veiled threat. We have to let our employees know if they're not going to have an increase on their paychecks tomorrow. So we have prepared.
That's not what I'm referring to.
Okay, I'm not sure.
I'm referring to the law you just quoted.
Well, the law is the law. That's not a
That
veiled
is?
threat at all. That's actually, that's the law. And that.
And you brought that to our attention for what purpose?
Because you can't keep the appropriation, because the monies need to be appropriated, that a local authority cannot withhold appropriations.
That's what I called it.
So that would be why we brought it forward, so that you were aware of that in case you weren't.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It was received.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. Also, I think because the former superintendent and assistant superintendent came to the meetings, and I think it was basically the assistant superintendent is the one who attended the majority of the meetings. I don't think that the superintendent in the last several months was doing that. Just so you know, right now we don't have a superintendent, we don't have an assistant superintendent, and therefore Annie is now doing 3 jobs. And so therefore, for her to have to leave her vacation to come to a meeting, and I do think going forward, the expectation, we have our own meetings, and unless I missed something, I have not seen anyone from the Board of Supervisors coming to our meetings recently. And so an appropriation has never been held back before, so I don't think there was the expectation that there was going to be a discussion on an appropriation and that somebody needed to be here to explain it, since we had explained it the time before. But we have changed things to fit into. Is there a problem while you're smirking and shaking your head at me?
Yeah, because you didn't answer the questions before. That's why you submitted this email.
What email?
The one that we received today, that has all the questions and the answers on it.
Right. Okay, we're here to talk about an appropriation.
Then let's move forward.
And so let's move forward. Well, you're the one who brought up the other stuff, so I'll let Dr. Whitaker finish.
Supervisor King.
Appreciate the email we got today explaining some of the questions that we had.
Sure.
I really do. And with due respect, anytime somebody asks for money, even if it didn't come from us, it would be nice to see somebody in the audience. As you said, Mr. Krantz, he come every time.
And when we have a replacement for Mr. Krantz, we will make sure that that person comes to the meetings.
Well, you did send out a thing that said you was one of the second biggest employers in Montgomery County.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, so surely somebody else could have come in if she was on vacation.
This is why we're having a meeting tomorrow, a liaison meeting, because we are doing our absolute best to try to appease the Board of Supervisors and answer your questions. That's what we're here for tonight. We're here for an appropriation so that we can get increases to our employees, and that's what we're here to talk about this evening. And if you would like to move on, as Mr. Fidgelowski suggested, I think we should move on to that. And if you would like to question other things about what's been said or who should be at meetings, then that might be something you talk to Chair Blevins about, and we can have that conversation at our liaison meeting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Or we can, when we finally have a Board of Supervisors and school board meeting, we can talk about that when we get together as a group. But I think by us standing here and you're questioning our integrity or questioning our ability to be here, I don't think that's opening up the lines of communication. I don't think that's going to help us move forward. And I think the best thing is that I'd like to work on getting the appropriation approved, and then we can work on those other things. But I think that's really what we need to do this evening.
Supervisor DeMotts.
I'll open with an apology to Ms. Bond, Mr. Hudson, Ms. Franklin, Chair Cass, and Dr. Whitaker. I know that you care, and I know that I played a role in making you all feel like I didn't feel that way, so I apologize. I'm ready to move forward with this appropriation. My vote will be aye. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Chair Biggs.
I'm in agreement. I'm ready to move forward. I've always been ready to move forward. I think that, hearing the discussion tonight, I'm very glad we're having the liaison meeting tomorrow at 8. It's all about communication, and we need to take what we've done and move forward. And I want to thank you for answering the questions, and I made my copy so I can keep it. And thank you for being here the whole entire time. And thank the rest of the school board members back there. It was a long meeting, so I'm ready to move forward too.
Thank you all for being here. It has been a very long night, so I do appreciate that you're all here, and I know you have some other employees that are with you as well. Just wanted to address a few things, and again, now moving forward, we have maybe an understanding that anytime it's money-related or school-related, we should have some representation, so we'll move forward with that. Going back to the June 13th, when the first time you, Dr. Whitaker and Chair Cass were here to present this, these questions at that time were not answered. You were going to get back with us type of thing. I never got a response. The county didn't get a response. And I guess that's a little bit of the frustration with the last meeting of why so many questions, because we haven't had that clear communication and we haven't received those answers. Now, you all were not, Dr. Whitaker, you weren't here with some of those meetings when our former superintendent was and Mr. Krantz. So maybe there is a lack of communication between that prior administration but you all at that time for the school board. But some of the questions that for that presentation, and I know we've revised the appropriation, I had questions, and I thank you all for answering some. Now, we had a whole lot of questions that we gave to the school board, and from now on, I would recommend that we communication to follow up as we ask questions, that maybe we do it in writing so that we do have those open lines of communication in case, you're thinking about a lot, you might have missed a question, that type of thing. So I would encourage us from now on that when we do have questions, we have it in writing, can get it out to schools, and so you have the clear questions. And you've answered some of our questions, and I know that there are still many questions that we'll get to, and we'll give you some time to answer those, because we opened up some more questions, particularly for me. On the budget, and again, I thank you for the explanation, it was a error on the operating from the FY 21-22, and I'm looking at
Are you saying question number 3 there?
Yes, ma'am, from
Yes.
from the email.
Yeah, I can't speak to why that error was made by that individual, but we noticed it and wanted to correct it.
Thank you, and that was corrected after I brought it to your attention on the last meeting that,
Which,
or explained,
no,
the June 13th?
No, that
I'm sorry, so June 13th was the correct one, and then on the February, it was incorrect?
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the technical adjustment. So that's what I was trying to ask the question about. You're saying that the technical adjustment is that difference between that operating fund?
Are you now on number 4?
Number 3, still number 3, for the $1,654,000.
Yes.
And if I can go ahead, can we add these questions and answers to our public record meeting that way? It's kind of hard for the citizens to know what we're talking about, so we would have that. But so, just so for my clarification, so the June 13th was the correct numbers. There was an error from what was presented in February, and that mistake was the difference of the 1.6 million and change.
Yes, those were the funds that had been appropriated the year before after the budget was passed, and so they needed to be brought into the new budget, and it had not been done so at that February date. And so Ms. Miano noticed that and wanted to make sure that we corrected it.
Okay, so that is added on top of the correction? So you see what I'm saying? If it was already 92,000 and for the FY, and you probably don't have that, that's not in this email, but
No,
what I was questioning was it was off by about that $1.6 million, and you're saying now it was the technical adjustment corrects it. But I'm saying if it was 93 million and you already corrected it with the 1.6, and now you're asking for the
Chair Blevins,
We're not asking.
Can I make a suggestion? Since we are trying to move forward, I guess you have a motion on the table right now about the appropriation. We'd be happy to talk about this tomorrow, maybe when it's not 11:08 and we're all trying to keep our eyes open and we have to be up in 8 hours. So you can.
That's fair, yes, ma'am.
So
That's fair.
I think that would be, I'd appreciate if we could do that.
Yes, ma'am. And then again, just for clarification, it's not that this board is going to deny you the state money That wasn't the question, or the concern, I should say. The concern was how it was being appropriated under the instruction versus the construction. I raised that issue for the Chromebooks. Now we've addressed that issue, and it's off and revised, so we're not going to do it for Chromebooks. And hopefully you're going to get the $750,000 grant that would help towards that cost as well. The question was, the construction money of over $3.1 million, you wanted appropriated in maintenance and operations. And that's where I have a concern about, is because just several weeks ago, we heard about all the needs of the Blacksburg Elementary School stands. Before that, this board appropriated, and we had discussions with the school about the funding, the loans for the Christiansburg High School. And at that time, Montgomery County Public Schools asked for $100 million, 85 for Christiansburg, and 15 extra to help these additional needs that will be coming up, capital funds. And then this board compromised with 90. So when we have so many needs for capital projects, that is my concern about why this money would not be put into a capital fund to address those needs, because we have so much construction and needs for that versus the operation and maintenance. Could you just clarify that?
Sure. So as I shared at that meeting, the plan was to take forward to our board a list of needs that our buildings would have that would be related to building needs. And so then to let our board prioritize that list, I was not prepared to give for you what was going to happen that day, because it was not my decision, it's the decision of our board. And so the intent was always to try to move the money from the Chromebooks, although it is allowable to use the funds there. And so even though we moved it, I provided that language to you from the state so that you would know it was allowable. We even followed up with the state to specifically ask about the Chromebooks and the line item under which we were putting them in the budget. And the state has shared with us that that was absolutely appropriate. But, you know, as I shared that day, we wanted to try and move the Chromebooks out because we wanted to be able to give the funds to our projects and have our board determine what those needs were. That is still our plan. Our team is working right now to pull together a list. We'll take that to our board and say, here are what we see as our most relevant needs right now, and let them determine. And then we are also continuing to work on the comprehensive facilities study for you. That was not done in the way that I would have wanted to present it to you this year, and we needed more stakeholder input, and we needed a little bit more time on that project being put in. So we're going to do that this year, is the comprehensive analysis that you guys were expecting this year, and rightfully so. But I didn't want to give it to you in an unfinished version. So we're going to assess our emergency needs first, have the board make decisions so we can get moving very quickly on spending that money on our buildings, and then continue to assess long-term those other projects that are on the table in our facilities plan.
Thank you, and I understand that, but why not put it in capital versus operation and maintenance if it's going to be used for those
Sorry,
needs?
I'm missing that part of the question. I apologize. So this is something that we've done a lot. We've replaced roofs from those funds, HVAC systems. This is something that we've done many times. And Mr. Meadows and Ms. Hill could probably speak to that for you as well, of our projects, you know, that we've done in that way. But also, again, the state has indicated that it is an appropriate place to place those funds.
So would the board consider putting that into capital?
I cannot speak for the board.
Would that be something that they would, I guess?
I think we would have to look at if there are any other emergent needs that we need to use those funds for, but I can't speak for the board either. I'm just the chair.
So I was, again, just trying to figure out, since it's a category, what the difference, if they're both going to be used for construction needs, and they are both, you know, it's just a matter of where it's at. It would still be available as soon as you needed it. It's your money, it's for construction, it's from the state. So that's my question or concern, is why not put it in capital?
May I ask a question? Or?
Certainly.
Okay, thanks. So year after year after year, they talk about maintenance problems with the schools. Yes, capital needs, but they're just trying to balance what they've got. I think it's 6 of one, half dozen of another. If they maintain our buildings, it's less likely we'll have to build more buildings, that kind of thing. So I certainly don't have any issue with you guys maintaining the buildings with new roofs and HVAC, because we're building, CHS next. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, if anybody wants Blacksburg Strand schools, improved, we all do, right? I think what they're doing is appropriate. The second thing that I want to interject, because Chair Cass made the comment of, why doesn't anybody attend their meetings? I've attended their meetings many times, but they're now online. So I don't have to attend their meetings because I can watch them online live. And I was never asked, ever, any question. So I'll continue that practice unless somebody says I have to physically show up at those meetings.
Thank you. And so I know the board has not, once you're going to, after we appropriate this money, they're going to go back to your board, and then the board would vote on the priorities that need this. What guarantee do we have that this money will be spent for school construction and those needs, and not moved and spent or used for something else?
Sure. I can only speak for what I can guarantee I will bring to the board, and I can guarantee you that's what I'm going to bring to the board. Now, in terms of what that board votes and moves forward, I'm going to bring those recommendations to them as what, they bring forward. If they asked me to bring something different, then I would do that. But my intent, the intent of the team, they are actively working right now. We want to address the needs. I agree there are things that need to be done. There's a lot of things that we need to do. So that's the best guarantee I can give you, because that's what I have to give to you. Ms. Cass may be able to give you something else.
No, I don't think in the past, we have used the funds for anything we weren't supposed to use funds for. And so I guess I'm a little confused as to why there is a belief that we're going to use these funds for. I'm not sure what it is you think we're going to use it for, besides our schools and for either capital projects or for maintenance on projects where maybe we have some schools that have, I think even last week somebody was talking, or not last week, last meeting, about leaking roofs and things like that. So I'm not sure why you feel like we're not going to use it properly, but we are required to use it for what it's for, and looks like Vice Chair Biggs has a question.
Well, I was just going to state that in the past, when we've had joint meetings, that information has been shared between the school board and the Board of Supervisors, like list of, this is what we spent the money on, bam, 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 like a list. So maybe, in tomorrow's discussion, that could be part of the discussion we could have for when we have a joint meeting with the school board. Maybe, after it goes through your board's procedures, and this is what the plan is for the money. I mean, I think that's fine, but, they'll share the information.
That would be great. We would like more detailed, and again, to just make sure transparent. I guess the reason that I'm questioning that is because you weren't here for the last meeting, is that once we had these questions come up with the board, our attorney, and Marty, tell me if I'm misspeaking, you said we would not have any control after we appropriate how they used it if they did not use it correctly, as it was stated for. Am I correct in saying that?
Correct. Once the money's appropriated to them, they're in charge of it, and if they misuse it, then it's their malfeasance, but yeah, that's correct.
But we've had audits, and the audits have always come out, correctly.
Right, the audits are correct for the category it's in, but not that maybe the actual, what it was originally said. I'll give you an example, and I know Mr. Krantz is not here to answer, but several board meetings back, I had asked about the operation facility, your operations center over there. And we had asked about the sale of the Cambria property, and would that be used? And Mr. Krantz had said, this is the last bill, this is the final, to that effect. We can go back and pull if we need the actual words, but he told myself and another supervisor, this is the bill, this is it. Then the following week or the next time the board meeting for the appropriations for the sale of that Cambria project, it was going to be appropriated to the operations center. And I question why you just told us that this was completed, or no more money, this Cambria sale of this school property would not be used to that. And then he was like, oh no, we need that to that effect. And so that's the concern. Many years prior to me being on the board of supervisors, this is just as a citizen, I remember there being a lot of debate about money that was supposed to be used, and I could get this wrong, but for transportation, but then it was applied for a one-time $50 bonus.
How about you guys address those tomorrow morning?
That's
Because
fair, but
that's
you're
not-
asking why I have this.
We trust that you have lots of justifications. I mean, you are a
And I
smart
think-
lady.
I
You
think
bring
that
up
would
great
be
points.
Good
you know.
conversation for tomorrow.
Of why?
When we
Okay.
have coffee.
And make the minutes public, all that
The questions-
information.
questions for that.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay. All right, the question has been called. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. Fidzikowski? Aye. Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
7 ayes.
There you go. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Yeah,
8
8 a.m.
8 hours and 40 minutes.
I will stay until the second budget piece comes up.
Is there any way to have the screens turned back on?
Yeah, they went
My
off.
iPad died, so I'm relying on it.
I don't know what happened to it.
There they are.
Hey there.
I think when that computer there goes to sleep, it wipes out
Oh,
all these too.
so it gets to go to sleep.
New business, relocation of the County General Voter Registrar's Office.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second, any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Fidzikowski? Aye. Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Relocation of the Central Absentee Voting Election Precinct.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, any discussion?
I just want to say one thing. I did speak with Mr. St. Clair resolving the issue of the BT buses. He did investigate that fully to discover that bus service will be, at this time, we think it's going to be adequate and running hourly, I think is what you said. I'm sorry, you don't have to, you could just, yeah. So just to follow up and close the loop on having the absentee voter precinct there will be bus service.
For further clarification, though.
It's not without challenges, but it does
yeah.
exist.
If you live on far ends of the county, good luck in a timely manner.
Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. Fidzikowski?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
7 ayes.
All right, next, resolution creating the New River Home Trust and enter into a support agreement with the
So
town of
moved.
Blacksburg.
Second.
Motion and a second, any discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. Fidzikowski?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
7 ayes.
And I'm going to send Town Manager Vernil a note that Matt
Yeah,
Hanratty
please
gets
do.
half a day off. Matt's been back there just in case. Matt, thank you so much for being here tonight.
You should be able to go in late tomorrow, don't you think?
Yeah.
All right. Montgomery County Public Schools FY22 budget category revision.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second, any discussion?
Is this money we already allocated to them, they want to reclassify it?
Yes, that's correct.
Is this, $250,000, is that for them 2 positions they put in when they had that Corona money?
I don't think it's related to that, and this is pretty standard. I guess I could let Dr. Whitaker answer since she's still here, but generally in July, we do have an appropriation that just reclassifies a portion of their appropriation.
Okay.
Any other discussion? All right, Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. Chakowski?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Resolution for Park and Recreation Professionals Day.
So moved.
July 15th.
Second.
Motion-
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? We just want,
We've got a July 14th Parks and Recreation meeting, so I will be delighted to let the committee know if this passes that the board took this action. I know it will be appreciated if this passes.
You'd like it to be unanimous?
yes.
I would love for it to be unanimous.
We thank
Please.
them for all their work and what an asset our Parks and Recs professionals are for the county, and we thank them. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. Chakowski?
Aye.
Mr. King?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Chair Blevins?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Tell Mitch that was for him.
All right. Reports, County Attorney.
Yay, county attorneys.
I have a 20-minute presentation. Jennifer, can you pull that up? I have no report. I'm falling asleep. Sorry.
All right. County Administrator.
2 items this evening, board members. I wanted to let you know that we're conducting our first round of interviews for the planning director position within the next week to 10 days, and hopefully by the end of the month, we'll have an offer on the table to bring in a new planning director. I'm sorry, to hire a planning director. That sounded a little prejudicial. We are very excited about the candidates we have, and also excited about Bree Hopkins and the job she's done. So we'll have an opportunity to review those and make a decision. We're also reviewing candidates, applications for the IT director position, and working with an outside consultant on a couple of projects right now as well to keep things moving. But we have those 2 leadership team positions that hopefully we'll be addressing in the near future. And that's all I have.
All right. Board members, we'll start off with Supervisor Fidzikowski.
No report.
Supervisor King.
No report, but I would like to say, we're elected officials, so sometimes we have to ask the hard questions. Sometimes we have to stay late, but that's what we ask for. And I understand where some of these questions went towards the schools. I understand they getting frustrated, but as I stated in our last meeting, the buck stops with us. So we have to make sure things is right. People come to us. Look at the crowd in here tonight. I mean, that's wonderful. I appreciate everybody coming out. I really enjoyed it till I had to take a break. But thank y'all for coming.
Supervisor DeMotts.
No report. No report.
Supervisor Bone.
I do also want to thank every single speaker and every single attendee tonight. This is a participatory governing function. I'm too tired to really use the right words, but it's all good. It's important that we hear from our residents, and all of your stories are very important for us to hear. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Shepherd.
I too like hearing from the public. I hate the late nights. I'll have to admit that. But I know so many times we make decisions on stuff that probably should have some public input, and there's nobody here. But anyway, I appreciate it when it is. That's all I have.
Vice Chair Biggs.
I agree. I'm really glad that we had the turnout that we did, and it was important to listen to everyone. But the teacher in me sort of wants to do a clarification. I think everyone is aware that this board at this time cannot do anything about putting money into vouchers. that is a state level General Assembly thing. Now, if they were to decide during the next General Assembly session that that was something that they wanted to happen and the governor signed off on it, that would be a different conversation. But I don't know, because I got a lot, I don't know if you guys got calls, but I got calls about, and I sort of had to explain that. And so I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of that. And I know that, last year when we did our legislative priorities, that was one thing that we had 4 of our supervisors feel very strongly should be brought up at the General Assembly. So I just don't know if there was an understanding about how everything worked. And I just, being a teacher, sort of want to get that out there. And thank you for running the meeting the way you ran it, Chair Blevins.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
I too appreciate everyone coming out, engaged. As I always encourage people to be connected, informed, and engaged. And so I do, at any time the public wants to come forward and speak, they should exercise that, because we don't know what everyone thinks or can get to every single voter. So we encourage everyone to come out and to address us, to let us know of things. Moving forward, we will, in the morning, we are going to have our school liaison meeting, which we have not had in a while. And moving forward, I hope we can have that clear communication. The school did provide some questions, and we'll get them out or have them part of the public for today. But there are still a lot of unanswered questions, so hopefully we can move forward and have those answered so we can have transparency. And we do ask hard questions. It is about accountability. When a taxpayer asks me why something is as it is, that's my job to look. The board is a separate board, but it's a checks and balance, and it's about transparency, accountability, and it's about communication. So hopefully we can move forward and it will be transparent. I would like to see the school board, which we just discussed with the superintendent, that we can get those detailed. Mary, you said that, they will. So I think there's just been a breakdown in communication that we haven't been giving that, or clear communication, and moving forward. I hope that we can do that. It's going to be transparent for our citizens and to build upon that relationship. And no one on this board, we all value our teachers. We all know how hard our teachers work. And it was never a matter of not making sure they got their raises or not. In the past, we've always worked to support the school systems, and we will continue to do so. And, still harping, but we still want to know where the money is for the teachers' raises and that they apparently didn't get. So hopefully those questions can be answered as well. Good night.
Thank you all. Y'all want coffee and donuts?